it is a pleasure to all of you to be here and going to be participating in this music production week for the 5 days. And I urge you guys to just learn to the utmost of it, which generally you can have it. All right. So today we have someone who is none other than stayed away from the industry for last 2 decades, and his existence is completely into the Bollywood industry and to the independent artist is huge. And he has been doing a lot of movie works, independent artist music, and his accolades and his credentials get into a lot of artists like, name with a few, Lucky Ali, Vishal Shekhar, Lyndon Surejos, Amitabh Bachchan, of course, yes, Mohit Chauhan, Sajid Wajid, KK, and Sachin Jaga. And couple of we have seen Coke Studio all the seasons, right? And MTV Unplugged season as well. So he's been majorly participating and contributing his musicianship over there for a lot of artists in the season 2 and 3, and of course couple of seasons of MTV Unplugged with couple of various artists. Along with that, he's been doing a lot of TVC work. Named a few like Hutch, and Ford, of course, and a couple of movies work like Kahuna Pyar Hai, Shankar Beats, of course, my favorite, and Chameli, Bija Fry, Mithya, and Hindi. So I would warm, like to have a warm welcome to Mr. Lindsay Himello, Akka, Dark Circle Factory, and we are really having honor to have you. Thank you so much for being here.
I've been playing drums and performing various kinds of music for maybe 27 years, I think. And been producing and writing and composing my own music for the last about 17, 20 years. Uh, there's still so much more to learn. It just goes on and on, basically. I've been fortunate to be a professional musician for the last many, like 2 decades or so. Uh, I'm actually quite privileged to, be a musician because it's not an easy form to basically make as your profession. And I'm kind of fortunate because it's something I love to do. It's something that God has gifted me with. It comes out naturally. It perhaps beats sitting on a desk and doing a 9 to 5. But I've never been in that situation, so I wouldn't know what that feels like. But how are you guys? Are you guys all well?
Yeah.
Uh, so what are you doing here? Like what are you studying here? Sorry? Sound engineering. Any musicians in the audience? Wow, that's good. I think there are what 50 people here or so, roughly. Yeah. So probably 1/4 are musicians. What kind of music do you all play? Drum, like what instruments do you all play? Guitar? Any drummers in the audience? Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Keyboard players? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you play drums and keyboards? You? Because I think one of you all put up your hands for being a drummer as well. Okay, that's cool. Nowadays you should learn all instruments basically. You need to. I'll come into that in. This is like 2022. In times like this, just playing one instrument doesn't kind of cut it. You need to do many things. Okay, so I'm just basically going to give you a brief introduction about myself. It's not going to be brief. It's going to take a while because there's so much to cover. So I started when I was very young. I always knew that I was going to play drums. I started playing on plastic papad boxes and various things that I could get my hands on. My parents were music enthusiasts, not really musicians. So, anybody familiar with this artist called Elvis Presley?
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool. So, back in the day, we used to go to cinema halls and they would run live concerts of Elvis Presley. And I was probably in my first standard, probably. And my dad took me to one of these shows, and I saw this guy behind with a big ass drum kit. He had a drum kit twice this size, and just the sheer sight of that kind of captured me, and I kind of figured I wanted to do that. Excuse me. That's what I wanted to do, and I didn't look back since. I kept playing on all these funny kind of boxes and things like that till my parents finally bought me a drum kit. And then I started playing with friends of mine. I basically predominantly got into heavy metal rock music. This was, I'm talking like late 80s, early 90s. I started playing like rock music and heavy metal music. Anybody familiar with Iron Maiden, Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica? Okay, cool. So that's the kind of music I started covering. Uh, Metallica was a big influence. Also, my brother used to run like a cassette business where he would supply. Anybody has cassettes? Anybody owns cassettes? Amazing. So he used to have this cassette business, and he would go around to places like Rhythm House and Hero Music, supplying them with cassettes. So at any given time, there were like 2, 3 big duffel bags of cassettes in my house. So there was access to all these cassettes like heavy metal and rock music, also the top 40s and the 80s. Anybody familiar with Aha, Duran Duran, Depeche Mode?
Yeah.
Okay. So this was the top 40s at that point. So in terms of categories of music, I was doing rock, heavy metal, also exposed to the whole pop scene. My dad was a big country and western fan, so he used to listen to a lot of music from Nashville or stuff. So these were three different forms of music that I was influenced by. Also Elvis Presley. So I started playing in a rock band called Witch Hammer. Anybody heard of Witch Hammer? It's fine. You don't need to say yes to it. It's okay. So it was predominantly a heavy metal band. We used to cover like Iron Maiden, Deep Purple, Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica. And back in the 80s, there were more gigs, I would say, happening than now because there were venues were very accessible. You play like things like fun fairs and you know just in some random building which has like a party and they want to basically headbang to like Metallica and things like that. So gigs were a lot more then. So I played with Bichama for a while, won a bunch of competitions, played all the IIT Mudais everywhere. Uh, then I got tired of that kind of music and I started playing in the same rock genre, but I started playing different kind of rock. I kind of got tired of heavy metal basically per se. I started with a close friend of mine, started a band called Modus Operandi. I started this with a close friend of mine called Siddharth Achlikar, who eventually went on to do Colorblind. Anybody heard of Colorblind? Ram Sampath. He's a very big producer, does a lot of advertising. So he came out with an independent album called Colorblind, which did pretty well, but unfortunately didn't perform live too much. Uh, so yeah, I joined Modus Operandi in maybe early 90s. We started covering bands like Extreme, Rush, Van Halen. So it was basically a step up from the regular heavy metal into a little more interesting, more challenging kind of rock music. Anybody heard of Mr. Big? Extreme? So that kind of music, once again, we went around winning festivals and things like that because we were playing different music back then. Some people were still stuck in the whole heavy metal zone. Uh, so I did Modus Operandi. Then we went on to do more of similar kind of music. I started playing with another band called Orpheum Revival, which was basically doing more of the Seattle kind of grunge scene. Anybody's heard of Ashutosh Pathak? He was one of the founders of Blue Frog. Anybody's heard of Blue Frog? Oh, cool. So I was playing in different bands, playing different kind of rock music. So for me, that was a history. There was a big history lesson in like the whole rock slash heavy metal slash Seattle scene, basically. Now looking back on it, it was like a big. I mean, I can just go on and on talking about rock music. So there was Witch Hammer, there was Modus Operandi, there was Orpheum Revival, there was another band called Retrospect. Uh, yeah, so it was predominantly rock music. I was just playing drums, and there was no YouTube and Spotify and stuff back then. So to learn music, it was pretty much like I would sit with my cassette player or CD player and keep hitting rewind to kind of learn the music. Uh, so that was still performance. I had no idea about production and what was to come basically. So that happened for a while. Then yeah, I played with another band called the Spice Tribe, where once again I kind of graduated to doing this time covering bands like Pantera, Rage Against the Machine, Infectious Grooves. Pantera, anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pantera is a big influence. Rage Against the Machine, Infectious Groove. It was more like the funk rock mosh kind of thing. So we played one gig in a very amazing venue called Rang Bhavan, which was quite an iconic venue in Bombay, which is no longer there. We played a gig there, and there was a guy called Dinsha Sanjana who basically saw us playing, and he came backstage, met us, and he said, "I'd like to meet with you guys." And we went over to his place, and he said, "I like what you guys are doing, minus your vocalist, unfortunately." Because he was looking out for a band. He had tie-ups with international jazz festivals. Uh, so he was like, "I have this Thailand jazz festival to go to. Would you guys be game to be my band?" Like, yeah, sure, why not? But the catch was, he's like, "You would have to rehearse with me for about 2 months or so." I don't think I've ever rehearsed for that long with any band. The reason why he asked that is because he saw us playing Pantera and Rage Against the Machine and stuff like that. But the kind of music that he was going to want us play was jazz fusion, which is he started throwing time signatures of 7.5. You're all aware of time signatures, yeah. So I've been playing like rock, heavy metal music, which is predominantly in 4/4. Uh, he has his own music, which is in 7.5, 13, 10 time signatures. I was like, is there any particular reason that you're not playing in 4/4? So he was like, the music has been written in this time signature. That's what we do. So that was amazing. It was quite a jump from playing a kind of music to like now going to another kind of music, which was very different. And what I learned from that was when you're playing in a jazz fusion band, when you're playing say jazz has different dynamics. Jazz is one of the most is the highest form of expression, I would say. It's got a lot of improvisation bits. It teaches you how to back a soloist. It teaches you how to, it teaches you about composition. Of course, all time signatures. Uh, he had a wife who was a classical singer, so she was doing a lot of alaps and stuff like that. All this was very new to me. So we went to the Thailand Jazz Festival and played alongside some of the greats like Randy Brecker and a whole bunch of amazing musicians. Where, for me being like what, maybe 22 or 25 or something, I'm here at this big ass stage in the Thailand Jazz Festival, playing with all these greats. It was a huge jump from playing heavy metal to playing jazz fusion. Like a huge door opened up. Same year, I met Lucky Ali. Uh, and that was the advent of cable television where like there was Channel V and there was MTV. Uh, there was no Bollywood yet. The term Bollywood was not classified yet. It was still Hindi pop basically or Hindi pop, whatever. So I met Lucky, started playing with Lucky. I know him ever since. I still play with him from time to time. I love his music. His music had no Bollywood Hindi film influence. So it was actually a nice way to get into this form of music. Basically, I never played like Hindi music before. It was predominantly Western kind of music. Even playing with Divya, which was Dinsha's band, was a different form of music, but there was no like there was no Hindi film influence. So that was a time when things opened up for me because when I was younger, I thought I would just be playing rock music and I'm just going to play with my band and I'm going to hope to become a rock star or things like that. That was all bullshit basically. Uh, so I met these two guys, Dinsha and Lucky Ali, which kind of completely opened the door for me. I played with Dinsha for a while. I played with him for about 2 years or so. Like I said, I learned tons about composition, dynamics, backing soloists, jazz, fusion. Uh, like we are all Indians. Like how many of you all listen to Indian classical music? Like for sure. What kind of Indian classical music? Okay. Okay. Any like do you like tabla, sitar? So I'll come back to that. It's very funny. Sometimes people look at you differently when you're an Indian that wants to play Western music in their country. They would like me being a drummer. They would first thing I would be asked is, "Would you play tabla drums?" Uh, I studied a little bit of tabla drums, but I got bored of it and I came back to drum kit. Uh, so that's a misconception that used to happen back then. Because back then people would still ask you, do you have elephants roaming on your streets and things like that? I mean, nothing personal to the Americans in the West, but they are a little misinformed at times, so especially about India. So coming back to the history of my life, I did Lucky Ali and Dinshaw for a while. Then I wanted to, you know, I don't know, just it's the process of evolution. Like I kind of got tired of rock music. I kind of got tired of. When I was playing with Divya, I actually started studying tabla for a while. I had this Guruji who used to come with me and he used to basically make me sit on a chatai and then we would light an agarbatti. I was there with my tabla and this guy would show up like half an hour, 1 hour late and I'm waiting for him with powder and agarbatti and so anyways, I did that for a bit and then I realized that drums was more my forte. That was a time where I was also going to classical concerts in Bombay. There are a lot of classical concerts. In fact, it's an amazing vibe because classical concerts are concerts that go on till the wee hours of the morning. I don't know if anybody. I've come to Pune also and visited some amazing classical concerts that go on till the wee hours of the morning. The headlining act comes out at 4 a.m. That's amazing. Classical music, wow. I thought this was only other kind of music, or this only happened at raves and things like that. So I actually got a chance to, with Divya, we performed at Xavier's. We were the guest band or whatever, the pro night or whatever you call it. I got a chance to see Pandit Bhimsen Joshi. To me, he's a true rock star. Like, that guy comes on at 4 a.m. He's the headlining act. He comes on at 4 a.m. and he comes out and sings like he's Rob Halford or something from Judas Priest. How does he do that? I mean, that's amazing. And most of the headlining artists would come on at that time and just belt out like a 2 hour set. That's insane to me. So that opened my ears as well. So I did all that. I did a study in Indian music. I would go and follow a lot of like being a rhythmist. I would follow Pandit Bhavani Shankar, who's a pakhavaj player, Anandu Chatterjee, I think, a tabla player. Fabulous, of course. Zakir Hussain is, but there are a lot of other people as well. You know, dholak players and Viku Vinayak playing Ghatam and Kanjira and missing somebody. I mean, it was amazing. It was a completely different zone from like doing this to like sitting around watching a classical concert, which was still quite a trip. So I kind of got tired of that. Funk is a style of music that is very close to my heart. Funk, hip hop, drum and bass. I realized much later in my life that uh, was something that was very close to. So we decided like let's kind of play. Let's play in a band where we play music that we listen to. So we formed acid jazz. People familiar with the term acid jazz? Okay, funk, acid jazz band. With all my friends, I met my wife who was singing for that band. Most of my friends, Naresh from Kailasa, and Naresh Kamath. That's fine. All my friends, we started basically covering Jamiroquai, uh, brand new heavies, Incognito. Familiar with any of these names? So we started basically doing a lot of funk, hip hop. We started getting into drum and bass a little bit. Uh, we've had some fabulous gigs here at the ABC Farm. We used to come to ABC Farm and play. There was a place called Jazz Garden, which is no longer there. We played amazing gigs there, which was actually organized by Kaustubh Dhawale. Anybody knows Kaustubh Dhawale? He's also fondly known as Coco, one of the founding members of Agni. So we were I mean, the whole Agni band were like elder brothers to us. We used to come to Pune very often. I'd be here like every month or so and just hang out with these guys. So he would organize these Bacardi nights at Jazz Garden, and we play this form of music, and it was amazing. There would be like 300 to 500 people in like a couple of people were in wheelchairs, and they just come by and listen to this music. And I'd like to say funk is one kind of form of music where it's very happy music. Like I don't think I've heard a sad funk song. If anybody knows of one, please let me know. Uh, so it was a great vibe. Like it was amazing to see people just come out there in the hundreds. Like I didn't know any of them. They didn't know any of us. They just knew that Coco was doing this Bacardi night, and I guess they were hungry for live music. So we actually formed a band called Gil Gallett's Funkadelic Arcade. This is like 97, 98. And of course, we were, I think, perhaps one of the first bands to kind of play that kind of music. And so we were quite popular then. And Gil Gallant is a character from J.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. Anybody's read that book? We used to do a lot of funny things back there. We used to play a game called Dungeons and Dragons. So basically, that was the influence why we called it Gil Gallett's Funkadelic Arcade. So we did that for a bit. Then we kind of moved on to something which was quite a milestone in the independent scene from Bombay. I was fortunate to grow up with a bunch of guys who like are really close friends of mine. We all just happen to be musicians, and we all just hang out, play sport, and jam and play tons of music. Uh, so since we were so many musicians, we decided let's make a compilation CD, and each one of us puts up a track. So we have a compilation, a compilation CD, which was I think supposed to go to Australia or something like that. Uh, so yeah, we put out something which was called Bombay Black. Anybody familiar with Bombay Black? Okay. This was between 99 to about 2001. Uh, there was also something called Rock Street Journal. Anybody familiar with Rock Street Journal? It was a magazine which was run by a guy called Amit Sehgal, who's no longer alive. Uh, so he had this magazine called Rock Street Journal, which would basically go around everywhere, and they used to have an annual competition where they'd have bands from all over the country on one stage perform for 2 days, and then the winner would basically get to go somewhere. And we as Bombay Black performed, and funnily enough, since we were playing a completely new style of music, we were playing all our own music. We started playing drum and bass, and we started playing with a lot of sequencers and tracks and things like that. So I think the audience was not really ready for it because they concluded that we were playing recorded music, which was not what we were doing. We were playing with stems and tracks like that, but we were all playing live over it basically. So for that festival, we were actually the crowd. Like I said, they were not ready for it. So we were actually the worst received band. It was fun because they were chucking, water bottles at us, and we were chucking it back at them, and it was quite a quite a fun thing. Long story short, we won that festival, and the winning band which was us, Bombay Black, got to go to LA, and we played at this big festival called at a venue called San Bernardino, which was a festival called the Inland Invasion Festival, which had bands like Incubus, System of a Down, Puddle of Mud, a whole bunch of bands basically. And here's this band from Bombay called Bombay Black that's come and playing. So it was a big thing for us. Amit Sehgal was our manager at that time. A day prior to that, Aerosmith was playing the same venue. So he got us on that gig as well. I mean, 2 gigs in LA as Bombay Black playing alongside Aerosmith and all these crazy bands. We were in, for that, I think 1 month or so, we were in the newspaper every day. Like, my dad was actually, cutting out bits from newspapers and making a folder. I must say, I am here today because of my parents. It's important to have supporting parents uh, who kind of, I think they believed, Acha, this guy's got something in him, Funny story, I'm not going to get into my academics, but basically, it was when I failed, my parents bought me a drum. So they kind of figured out, okay, this guy's got something, let's see him through. It was my mom who bought me my first drum machine. It was a small little thing called the Dr. Rhythm 550. It was by, I think, Boss or Roland. It was a small little thing. Whatever. Then I graduated to, the R8. So, anyways, coming back to Bombay Black, it was the advent of now me being a performer. And Bombay Black, a lot of the stuff was recorded on a VS 880, which is a small mixer. It's an 8-track mixer. It's an 8-track mixer. It's very small. Right? So things were still being recorded on that. There was no screen yet, so it was quite a binge. In fact, even me, when I started using a drum machine and started sequencing on keyboards, I didn't like it at all because it was a pain to like just sequence. You have to go into multiple, you had one small tiny screen and you have to go into multiple pages, copy bar number 150 to go there and copy bar, to paste, and it was too much. So we were getting by recording on a VS80 and did all that, and obviously needless to say going to LA, and I was there for a month. It was quite a milestone again because we were there in 2001. I spent a good 1 month in LA. First of all, playing these alongside these two crazy bands. Then we started exploring the LA scene, going to small clubs, watching Scott Henderson and some great jazz legends. We started going to some drum and bass concerts, watching Diesel Boy, LTJ Bookem. So it was basically the doors were opening further and further. Rock music, heavy metal, jazz fusion, Lucky Ali, funk, now Bombay Black, which is basically our own expression. We're doing whatever we feel like doing, and we're kind of getting recognized for it. Wow, that's amazing. So that was the same. That was actually the same time that even September 11th happened. So it was like life was changing in a different way. I wake up in my friend's place in LA, and he had like a projection screen that his TV was hooked up into. He wakes me up one day and I see a plane going into a building. I was in disbelief. I thought it was some SFX gimmick. I'm in LA. Anything can happen here. So, unfortunately, it was not that. It was actually September 11th, and we had to. My flight got rescheduled for like a week. So I had one more week in LA. I'm done with this place. I want to go back home now. All this negative shit's going on. I want to get back home. I made it back home eventually. As a musician, there's always a need to, kind of jump from one form to music, because to me, being a musician or even being a mix engineer or producer or whatever you want to be, music is a form of language, right? So in any language, the bigger vocab that you have, the vocabulary you have, the more you can speak. So for me, that's endless. Even till today, I'm constantly searching, like now with Spotify and things like that. You don't even have to look for music. You play one genre of music and it sets up a playlist for you. You don't even have to touch your phone. It's just playing your music and you discover new artists. That's amazing. So let's just actually go through some Bombay Black. I'll just have a chat. So we basically put out two albums, Bombay Black 1 and Bombay Black 2, where so this is where we started from jazz, fusion, rock music. Now we started doing electronic music. We won't listen to the whole track, we just keep going. After this? I'm just going to run you through a bunch of tracks. There was one track called Homo Nature. So this album basically had a bunch of musicians. It had about 15 musicians, like various people who are now all gone on to do their own music. Dhruv Ganekar, Paresh Naresh Kamath, Randolph Correa. Basically, the Bombay scene was very small, and we were all buddies, and getting a compilation like this was very easy. So these kind of things, pitching down and things like that was very new for us. So we used to get excited. Oh, I can pitch the entire track down. Amazing. Amazing. This is a track of Kashmir, which was we met this kind of hippie guy called Shiv, and he had these funny tracks that he wanted to do, and he wanted us to produce it. So I don't know if you can see this. My name, Tyron was a guitar player, JD, Abhijit Nalani, and Shiv was the vocalist basically. Tyron, who's now a mix engineer, he masters tracks, he mixes. He was in Amsterdam for a bit. JD is a bass player. He plays with me with KK. Abhijit Nalani is Vishal Shekhar's main guy. So he does what's that new track with Hrithik Roshan? I'm sure you guys. Ismami is doing all these steps and stuff. Huh? Gugru and is that a Vishal Shekhar track? What's the other one that Benny Dayal, what was that track? No, the anyways, doesn't matter. Basically Abhi is like a big time producer. You see him, he's more so short. He's like a little built-in doily kind of guy, very sweet, funny guy, but he's an amazing producer. So this was and this whole track was recorded on a keyboard. I programmed some drums on a what was it called NS series or something. Don't remember. Check it out.
Down the drums.
तलाश में सरदार
Sorry, I have a smile on my face because. So this track was basically all VACTT. It's a small little mixer. We programmed most of it on the COM keyboard. Shiv recorded his voice through the same mixer. They could play guitar, I think he played bass. It was quite kick to program tabla beats and all. So this was probably one of my first production gigs where I met this singer and he was like, "Can you please?" He had a couple of tracks, but this was the only one I think that got featured on this compilation. Let's just scan through some of the stuff. I'm hearing this track after I don't know how many years. So that's why I have a, excuse me if I have a grin on my face. What's still going on? Shit. I'm gonna go past this. This is a really cool track. It's called Shera Punji. I had nothing to do with this track. This was basically Naresh Paresh, Kurt Peters. They recorded. I think just give it a listen for a bit. Are you guys digging any of this? Yeah. No, it's cool not to dig it also. It's absolutely fine. No, seriously, I mean, say, no, not really. I don't like this shit. That's okay. Really, it's okay. This is all recorded live. If you all don't know who Naresh and Paresh is, they are the producers of Kailas. They are the guys who basically produce all of Kailas's. Kailash. Cool. Liking any of this? There is something very tentative. Yes. Oh, yeah.
So, do you need the screen?
Yeah, for them, I'm okay.
Yep.
You can put it on. Also, Kurt Peters. Anybody's heard of Carl Peters? Okay, that's cool. He's one of the amazing bass players of that time. Him, Ranjit Barrett were like, I saw them the first time and I was super proud to see like two Bombay guys playing like that. To me, they were like a very influential rhythm section. You all know Ranjit Barrett, right?
Yes.
So Carl was the guy who would play always with Ranjit. Kurt's his Carl Peters' son, plays drums. This was another track called Crystallize, which I was a part of. I produced it along with Abhijit, Nalani, JD, and Tiku. This was the first time, once again, most of it was recorded on the VSAT and kind of programmed on the same Korg keyboard. This was the first time I saw a sampler. There was an E64 sampler basically. Anybody seen that? It's a big piece of shit basically. It was crazy. It was like a VHS machine, but obviously the first time I've come across samples and that. So we've kind of used some of the samples. It was the first time I was so excited to use a sample, like a proper produced sample. We had this flautist called Rajiv Raja. That's a funny one. Here's crystallized fruit. It's going to sound very funny to me, so I'm going to keep laughing. Still no live drums. It's all programmed. I think it's some more tablet drums now. First time tripping on I can't take it myself. So this was now it's actually the advent. I mean, I finally figured out. I bought my first computer in '98, and I loaded up Cubase, a software that I still use till date. Slowly started doing Fruity Loops since like Rebirth. Uh, So basically, now we've started producing. Like now, it's just not me as a drummer. I've realized that with a DAW and with a screen, a computer, producing and writing my own music is a lot easier than the N364, where you have one screen and you have to somehow figure it out. I also had an RA drum machine. Once again, I was actually known for a guy who would come and play beats like this and just go. Like I couldn't sequence and stuff. I would just play live and like, how are you doing that? I don't know. I'm just doing it. But then with the advent of computers, you have a screen. Everything is visual. It's so easy to just copy, paste, do whatever you want, right? You guys do this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So basically, it's have any of you tried to program on a keyboard or a drum machine, like step writing and all that stuff? It's if you get into it, it's cool. But if you have such a small screen, it's a pain. So now you have a computer, everything is visual. It's so much more easier. So post Bombay Black, yeah. So this is when we start. Basically about 2000, post 2000. I started and I bought my computer and I started messing around with beats and things like that. Are you guys are doing okay? Am I boring you all? You sure? So this was the first album. If you want to go check it out, just for history, you can totally do that. It's called Bombay Black. It's a funny link. You can figure it out from Coastal River. This one had about 15 musicians. The next one has, you'll see the jump in kind of production. Just give me a bit. I have not heard this music in many, many years, so I had to actually source it because none of this stuff is out on Spotify or anything yet. At this time, I also started getting into, I realized that just being a musician is not really cutting it for me. Just playing in bands is not really cutting it for me. It's not making me enough money, especially the indie scene. So I kind of stopped playing drums for a bit. I started getting into production. I started doing advertising. That's when what's his name again? Hitachi. Uh, all the Hutch and Ford and all those jingles. Basically, me, Abhijit, and another friend called Samrat, we got into doing advertising. We would actually, like, we took a break from basically playing live music and we did play live, but our focus was more on, it was a very different time of my life where I had a kinetic Honda back then and we had our showreel on a VHS cassette and I would go basically go to production houses and meeting people saying like, we are young composers and we look not for work basically. And on the basis of, actually Bombay Black, we got a lot of work because this sound was very different and people realized, oh, these guys have some different vibe. And plus, the whole electronic zone had not yet settled into the people. They were like, oh, you guys do drum and bass now? Yeah, sure, sure. Especially for car commercials and all, people need like drum and bass and that kind of music. So we were doing a lot of advertising. I'm not going to show you my reel and stuff like that. But we started doing advertising and that was a completely different zone where it was very different because you go to a session with all your gear and you've already seen the film. The filmmaker or the producer has given you a brief. You've come with a particular track, but then you have time in the studio for a whole day. There are various people coming in, like clients and HR people, and asking you for bizarre things. Can we have halap? Can we take that? Slowly, it went on to changing the whole fucking track. Sorry, excuse my. So that's something which was, in fact, a very close friend of mine, a filmmaker. We were sitting down and doing a session, and there was this very annoying client who kept, some illogical, mindless requests, basically. And I was I'm still a purist, but I was trying to figure out, like, why is this person asking for such illogical things? I was like trying to reason with her, saying like, no, but you can't do it like that. It's wrong. The filmmaker guy is texting me. He said, buddy, just give her what she wants so we can go later and have a drink. Otherwise, we are going to be here the whole night. I was like, no, but it's not right. No, buddy, just she's gonna drive you crazy. Like, just that's just what she wants. Tabla, put tabla. She wants Allah. Call one guy, let him sing, and we are done. So that's when I realized, like, when you're doing commercial music, sometimes you have to find a way to basically please your client. Well, they are paying me X amount of money to do this. Now, if I'm going to be this guy and say, like, no, I don't think it's right there, I don't think it makes sense. Then, like he said, my friend said, you're going to be there today and tomorrow, basically. Eventually, there are times where clients have come and said, man, what a track here. Sure. Yeah, amazing track, man. Got it paid for it also. Few weeks later, the same commercial has come out with some other track. You paid me and you didn't use my track. Yeah, man, the client, they were not feeling it. They don't know about music and all. So, cool. I mean, that's advertising. I don't care. I mean, I've done my work. You paid me. Oh, you don't want to use it? It's fine. But I would at least think you would call me and say, you know what, the track's not working. That doesn't happen. So, it was a big learning curve in terms of like, doing advertising and dealing with all these random people who have random requests which are completely illogical. So there's an art to doing that. I mean, a lot of my friends who actually stuck into that path have now become cats at advertising, like Clinton and Dhruv, and they now can they know how to deal with clients. They'll finish a 30-second job in 2 hours, and the rest of the day is basically just drinking coffee and eating fine dining and all that shit. So it's a way, but I figured that it was actually a pressure situation for me because I was not evolved enough to deal with that. I couldn't produce under pressure. Like now I've learned a lot. I mean, but I'm not one of these guys who comes with my gear and one person is constantly telling me, can you change this? Can you change that? Can you change this? Can you change that? Can you change this? Can I write the track? Like, so I was not hip with, doing that. There was a time where sometimes if Abhi was not there, I still hadn't started playing keys and stuff like that. So Abhi would basically be busy at another job and I would be sitting there with my keyboard. And this guy was like, can we have an emphasis, something on that guy moving? So I would like find some special effect and or something, like it could be anything. It could be like depending on what the commercial was basically. So I would find these sounds and just put those things. But sometimes I would get stumped if it was like there were times where they wanted an orchestral piece and I didn't have the chops to do that. I still don't have the chops to do that. But there are a lot of samples now that can help you do that. So I kind of got tired and said, you know what, this is not for me. I did advertising from maybe 2001 to about 5 or 7. I decided to go back to performance. Because the performance industry was slowly opening up. I started, there was Bollywood that was happening. I was like, Lucky Ali was still doing very well. He was quite at the top of his game at that point. I was still playing with him. Simultaneously, so I was, okay, like, let me take a break from jingles. Let me set up my drum kit again. Let me start something new. So there was a group called Groove Sapa, which I started doing. So, like me as a musician, I've always wanted to do my own music apart from the commercial stuff. Like there's commercial stuff that is work that kind of pays you well. But as an artist, I think it's very important for you to have your own expression. Like, and to me, it's not only confined to the drum kit. It's about being a musician. Like yes, I am a drummer. I'm a drummer, producer, composer. I love playing bass. I've learned a little bit of piano. I'm not like still that choppy kind of guy, but I can write my own music. It basically gives you an expression to write your own stuff. Like tomorrow, if you want to write a track, you want to write a track. Cubase or Logic or whatever helps you do that. And now with the help of samples and stuff like that, you can do anything. You can get like Herbie Hancock's samples. You can get Vinnie Colaiuta's drum samples. So it's a lot easier now. So going back to Groove Sapa, this was the first time. It was like a jazz, rock, funk kind of setup. Once again, we went to a lot of jazz festivals and performed. We finally decided to record an album. You guys familiar with Shantanu Hudlikar? He's one of the pioneer engineers. He was in Yashraj. At this time, he was in Empire Studios, which is a very big studio. So we basically went there and we recorded all this live over a period of about 12 days. This was the first track called Rush Hour. This is like all live. So I just want to mention, I mean, we recorded all this in Empire. It's a huge studio. It's as big as a tennis court, maybe even bigger or smaller. Shantanu is a guy who's very cool. He used to actually come for a lot of our gigs back then, and he would come as a part of the audience, but he would realize that the mix was really crappy. So he would actually step in and make the mix better, just from an audience point of view. So we finally went to Empire. We recorded all this. The drum kit was on a big ass riser. T2 percussionist was in the same room with baffles. Have you guys started recording live and things like that? Yeah. Okay. So basically, drums and percussions is a pain to record because it has a lot of microphones. T2 basically was in a baffle. The keyboard player was in the same room. The bass player was in the control room. The guitar player was in another room. He wasn't with us, but his amps were in another room blasting. That's a guitar player thing. Most guitar players like to be loud. So, yeah, this was it. We recorded this. I already had Cubase, so I was learning slowly, climbing the ladder. I took all these files back home, and I kind of was trying to basically add a few more things here and there, just make a few corrections. In fact, it was funny because it was the first time I was presented with. I think Shantanu had 15 tracks of drums. 15 tracks of drums. He had like room mics, this mic, that mic, and I was trying to edit it, and it's the first time I'm editing drums. When I took it back to him, I played him my edit, and Shantanu was saying, "Wait, stop! What do you do with the drums?" I said, "Man, what do you do, man?" I said, "I just edited drums. Just took one part from here and put it over there." Now, drums have overhead mics. So if you're not cleaning up and stuff, like you guys have, I'm assuming you'll, if you don't clean up properly, it's going to go like, Tish! Or there's overhead mics, so that they have to basically be opened or closed properly. It's a process. I think now I'm pretty good at it. But so I would basically take these files on a mixed track, not all of them. I would present it to the assistant engineer, who's Abhishek Khandelwal, who's now also at Yashraj, and he would further edit the entire project and then present it to Shantanu. This is a cool track. It's called Rush Hour. Filters. This is the first time editing shit. You can see the production difference. This is still 2005. all the tracks at their full length because we need. Sounds better than Bombay Black?
Yeah.
I mean, this is live drums and this is Shantanu slamming it. What do you guys like about this? Like,
How chaotic it is.
Sorry?
How chaotic it is.
How?
Chaotic it is.
Chaotic. Well, I'll play some more tracks, but just in terms of production value. Like from Bombay, from Kashmir.
No,
It's
very
much
good.
more
Exactly. This is like, it's all live. Like, so basically, when I took the files back home, you hear that Ferrari sample and things like that. I was just putting few things here, and like it was exciting, and I had a sound in my mind. This is a track called Rush Hour. It's pretty much based on Bombay.
Right.
Yeah. The sample that it starts with is a tempo sample or a rickshaw sample. So it was very exciting for me to basically. So that's what I learned in advertising. Because advertising, they need punctuation. Can you like do this there? Can you do that there? Can you grab this sample? So that's what I learned from advertising. You know, the use of samples with your music, the use of like voiceovers, just anything. So Rush Hour, Shantanu. I think to me, what stands out in this mix is how Shantanu mixed the bass. It sounds mind blowing. Okay, anyways, let's go to another track. I'm just going to quickly run you through a bunch of tracks. The second track is called Dance on Kalinga. Does anybody know Kalinga? Yes. I don't. So Rush Hour was actually, this track was like the most famous track out of this album. When we'd go to jazz festivals and play this song, it had this infectious hook where everybody would just like la 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 la. Everybody would just get messed up with that in their head basically. I couldn't get it out of their head. So Dance on Kalinga was like a little Indian fusion track. Stylus, RMX. What is it? Rush Hour or Dance on Kalinga? Which one are you guys picking? Okay, that's my boys. The second one is like it's a jazz ballad that the keyboard player. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. This was with a bass player called Dwight Patterson, who is once again no longer. around. Amazing bass player from Cal with a keyboard player and a saxophone player called Tala Faral. He's actually half Madagascar, half American. T2, another very close friend. Binay Rai from Darjeeling playing guitar. And yours truly on drums. This song actually starts with Tala's kid crying. It's a beautiful track. This is a very slow.
But it was so good. Yeah.
That's an amazing track. It's called After Dark. So these are all funk influences, acid jazz influences. This is a track called Where's T2. It's kind of a Latin thing, and T2 was a percussionist, and he was always late for rehearsals. So the song was entitled Where's T2. Okay, here's Stylus in the background. R&B samples in the background. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly. You guys digging this track? Still Rush Hour versus this? What one? Rush Hour? After Dark. Just two more tracks. This was like a tribute to all the jazz legends. It's once again like a jazzy track. So slowly we're getting in, like, I started learning about VSTs and all these crazy synths. So the keyboard player was basically primarily not a production guy at all. I would tell him, hey man, check out this VST, check out this FM7, check out this, check out that, use this sound. He's like, yeah, Baba, come on, let's do it and all. So I used a lot of the sounds that actually I selected, and I didn't use sticks on this. I used. I love this. I must say this one thing. You guys are actually taking me down through memory lane, and it's like a flashback. I'm listening to all the music that I've created, and I'm kind of getting a little emotional. I just gotta keep a face on my face. Thank you so much. So these are rods or thwacks, as you call it, but give you a lighter sound. So I was completely into kind of the producer mode with this stuff. Like, because I had all the files back home, it's like getting a blueprint back home and seeing all the shit that you've done. Like making a few cleanups here and there, doing a couple of production elements in there, using stylists, VSTs, different synths, samples. It's not a stick sound. This track is called Party. There was a guy called Ravi Ghote, Rags Ghote, who was a big voiceover guy. Crazy guy. This is a full fun track. I'm sorry I'm going to zip through this because we're running short of time. I must say the mix sounds very good.
Welcome to the Groove Supper. Welcome to the Groove Supper. Where you need to find it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Groove Supper. Where you need to lose it just to find it. Welcome to the Groove Supper. If you're looking for the finest, welcome to the Groove Supper. This is it. To lose it, to win.
Guys digging it?
Yeah.
So we've come a long way from Bombay Black to Box. Right? The files are in my house. I can do whatever I want to do with them. Apart from previously, it was like you would go sit and you would rely on somebody else to, process for you and do things for you. Now the files are in my house, the blueprints in my house, I can do whatever the okay. Now I still have a little bit to. Can we do? Do you have a stipulated lunchtime? Are you guys hungry? Are you guys like want to break for lunch? Sure. I can go on. Talking is very exciting. I have to play also for you. So you guys are alright, not hungry. So this is 2005. Basically doing a lot of jazz festivals, Kathmandu Jazz Festival multiple times. We recorded this. Now the sad thing about independent music or when you form a band, it's like you have to have whether it's one person, two people, three people, everybody's kind of got to have the same vibe. कि भाई अब ऐसा करना है. But in this situation, the main guy called Tala, who's a saxophone player, the key player, he basically left the country. So without him, he was like an irreplaceable member because he plays keys and sax. It's difficult to find somebody like that. So 2005, I'm like figuring out, Acha, what do I do? I'm still producing, playing with Lucky Ali, that Bollywood thing, indie pop was still going on. Finally got a call from Vishal Shekhar about this big ass tour that's happening. We are supposed to back up Mr. Bachchan and Vishal Shekhar. We are going on a world tour for like about 40 days basically. Playing at venues like the O2 venue, familiar with O2, NASA Coliseum, all the Oracle, amazing venues. So now from Groove Supper, I'm already still tripping on Groove Supper, and I got this gig, which was once again quite a lengthy rehearsal schedule because it involves all these stars and whatever. We finally go for this tour. It was amazing to play at all these venues, sold out gigs at O2 and things like that. It was kind of funny because like I felt great about playing at these venues, but I'm not playing my music. I'm playing a different form of music, which is mainstream. Here's Mr. Bachchan standing in front of me, and we are playing, and my entire family and building people who, when they would hear me playing drums in my house, they're like, "What is wrong with this guy? Is he making so much noise? I'm sure he's on drugs and he's worshipping the devil." But now, like this was Mr. Bachchan, and it was flashed on every news channel. And being a drummer, normally drum kit is basically center of stage and the vocalist is here. So in all the news clips, I was there. People are, man, Lindsay is wild. He's with Mr. Bachchan. They think I've like made it big time. Just playing drums with him. It's not like I've become a billionaire or anything, but things opened up for me. And there's one thing that whenever I'm busy with like commercial work, see there are two things: mainstream work, which is now Bollywood, advertising, jingles, stuff that background scores. That's production work that pays your bills. Independent music is still struggling in our country. We'll not get into that right now because that's a different story altogether. But like I said, me as an artist, I have to always keep the balance, right? Something that I love to do and something that I do as a musician. It still beats. Like I don't have a problem playing Bollywood music or any kind of music. It's still music. So I came back from this tour I bought myself a DW drum kit. You're familiar with DW? It's one of the top drum kits. I got it from New York because I was in New York for 2 weeks. And I come back with my own drum kit. I was like, wow. So then I started, I met another guy from Nagaland. And once again, this is taking the production somewhere. Now, this is once again a thing that I recorded. I pretty much, once again, I kind of took a break from playing, and I just, set up my computer in my drum room. The computer would my kit would just be lying there. And we started recording what was called Bliss Logic. So I co-produce all of this. This was mixed by Ashish Saxena. Anybody? Ashish Saxena, Purple Haze. He's a big guy. There's a guy from Nagaland called Lima singing, JD playing bass, and me. Here I had the blueprint in my house once again, so I was doing whatever I wanted to do.
Story what is here to wait. Your retribution's here to take. Stupid message to gain. There's just too much to pay.
Yes, sir. We say no. Okay, that was more soft vibe. It has Paresh Kamath playing guitar, JD, me, Lima. This was a track I wrote and this was my track which I wrote for Bliss Logic. I mean, this was actually where from Groove Supper now the production angle is going even further. Like, because I'm getting more confident and I'm doing more of the stuff by myself than rather just for mix. I still don't consider myself as a mix engineer. I'll give you a pre-mix of what I want to hear, all my delays. I'm a sucker for delay, not such a big sucker for reverb. So I'll give you my pre-mix, and I'll give it to a mix engineer, and then he does his thing. I still don't think I'm capable to mix my own tracks. Yeah, this was, I used an MC505. I don't know if you guys, it's called a groove box. So it was a mixture of like samples, different synthesizers, drum machines. This also was recorded in Yashraj.
Traveling in spite of all years, showering in spite of all the fear. Do you know the way? Time waits on. Can't believe that after all these years. Can't believe that all these fears. Do they know why it's too late?
Okay, so this track I've basically played. I think I've played the strings. I've played the little acoustic nylon guitar. I've sung backing vocals. So you can see that I'm graduating now from just being a drummer. You guys digging any of this? Hey, somebody say no, yeah. Is that a, so this was the track which was. How do you classify this music? How do you classify the sound that you're hearing? Like Groove Supper was what? Maybe jazz rock? Jazz funk rock, yeah. How would you classify this? Soul? Soul? Yeah. I mean, it's cool. There's no specific genre. I don't like to classify. It's music. But this, since it has a singer, Groove Supper didn't have. James Brown. Wow, that's a compliment. But This to me is still more pop. It's like maybe indie pop, alternative pop, because it's got a singer. Group Support didn't have a singer; it was mainly instrumental music. So this was my take on trying to basically make songs that are more mainstream, but I don't think it's really mainstream. But this could be a mainstream song. So this was the video we shot. Can we do that? Let me just quickly. Yeah, this is the video. It's the first video we kind of shot for this one. It's a very nice song.
Hello, loneliness, it's good to see you again. Have you decided to visit? I never asked for you. Hello, anger, don't wanna feel your face again. Seen it time and time again, I can't live without you.
That's Kalyan Barua, that's JD Tirmalai.
Everyday emotions just like a lousy Sunday. Everyday reflections no better off than yesterday. Everyday emotions just like a lousy Sunday. Everyday reflections no better off than yesterday.
That's where my drum room is in my house.
Is there anyone listening? Wouldn't you love to see me leave? Die a little more with every single day. Hello, hello. Wouldn't you love to see me dead? Trash my carcass and leave me to be fed. Praise the Lord, save my soul. Everyday emotions just like a lousy Sunday. Everyday reflections no better off than yesterday. Everyday emotions just like a lousy Sunday. Everyday reflections no better off than yesterday. Better off than yesterday. Everyday emotions just like a lousy Sunday. Everyday reflections no better off than yesterday.
So that was Everyday for you, the first video. Digging this? Or it's too like proper?
It's nice.
Not digging it? Huh? So this is like my endeavor to basically make a pop song. Unfortunately, it didn't do too well, but it still came out. Like we talk about some other elements in terms of it's not only the music, it's about in today's age, the social media marketing plays a very big role on what you do. It's like You can put out a really shitty track, but if you have like serious marketing skills, you can get the reach basically. Okay, so enough of Bliss Logic now. So post Bliss Logic, this was I think 2007, 2008, the same year I got married. And I had already started writing in Dark Circle Factory, which is me as a person, my expression. So I waited for this album to come out, and once it came out, I started basically writing my own music. And then the first ECF came out in about 2013. Yeah, about 2013. That was me as a producer. Sorry, I must mention on this album, basically, since I live in Bombay, the perks of being a musician in Bombay, I know a lot of musicians. So basically, this album features all the top guitar players of Bombay, like Sanjay Divecha, Sanjay Joseph, who's a Pune guy, Kalyan Barua. This guy who's playing guitar, he is instrumental in. He's played with Adnan Sami, Lucky Ali, KK. He's like the top session guy. So to have these guys on this music just elevates it basically. And I kind of have this thing as a cast, like casting people. Like tomorrow I say I want this guy for some. There's something about you. I want you on that track, and you've actually come and played on that track. So me as a producer, I got what I wanted. You know? So finished this Logic, traveled with them for a while, started doing DCF basically, and also for this Logic, not everything is being recorded at big ass fancy studios. Some of it, like some of the tracks, were recorded when Yashraj was actually just beginning. So Shantanu actually called me there to test the room, and he said, "Hey man, you want to record something? Just go ahead and record." And these were the files eventually that came out. We also started messing around in friends' bedrooms, just putting up a bunch of microphones and recording ourselves basically. So now you can see that I'm getting more and more confident messing around with stuff. I believe production is all about messing around with things. There's no right way or wrong way. It does take a lot of time to basically, figure out what you want and, polish your work and your art. But to me, it's a process of basically just jumping in and just figuring out stuff basically. Like I said, YouTube had just about come out, but tutorials and all was not a thing. I would just figure it out. If I was stuck, I would call up an engineer friend or Shantanu and say, "Hey man, how do you do this? How do you do that? How do you do this?" And they would either come to my place, sort me out, or they would, give me instructions on the phone. So I finished this Logic, and then that basically gave birth to Dark Circle Factory. Are you guys okay?
Yes, sir.
The pedals are going softer and softer. Okay. Hello, Sanjay. नहीं नवाब, मैं इसे देख लूँगा. Some shit. I'm still tripping on buying on using samples.
नहीं नवाब, तू जा, मैं इसे देख लूँगा.
It's called Love Life, Hate Life. Also about Bombay.
स्पेशल रिपोर्ट में आज हम आपको दिखाएंगे चोरी का लाइव वीडियो।
को निलंबित कर दिया गया है क्योंकि जिस तरह से बत्ती के साथ
महाराष्ट्र के कई इलाकों में बाढ़ दिखाया गया है। गुजरात में हालात बदतर। मुख्यमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी करेंगे
I see a brand new baseball. Oh, don't you love to smell the air, the fresh air, no matter where. Soon as the sun rises, I see the birds spring alive. Man after man, rocket up the roads, I take a rap. I'm here by bees, kinda make your nose wanna freeze. Take something simple as that and take away my money with these. The birds up in the trees, start to sing and take over. Sky walks somewhere in the spring, so come and get high. Just live life if you live life, go hit life if you wanna hit life. This work is spinning on and on, one time you're here, there you go. Love life if you love life, or hit life if you wanna hit life. This work keeps spinning on and on, one time you're here, there you go. I told her listen here, it's a cool world that we're living here. Like a small world, now I see people feel a little here. Going like mechanical, this one's gotta be psychological. But you don't lose your soul, and after that you just statistical. The sun is hot, even nature's not compassionate. I'm boxed up in the train until the faint and then resuscitate. I see the comedy and opulence in harmony. Anybody come around here and Johnny left to give a better analogy. Just love life if you love life, or hate life if you wanna hate life. This one could spend it on and on. One time you're here, then you're gone. Love life if you love life, or hate life if you wanna hate life. This one could spend it on and on. One time you're here, then you're gone. Love life if you love life, or hate life if you wanna hate life. This one could spend it on and on. One time you're here, then you're gone. Love life if you love life, or hate life if you wanna hate life. This one could spend it on and on. One time you're here, then you're gone. Nighttime in the world now, just a city of lights I'm all about. All around and place in the industry, all here for the whole world to see. All beautiful people, cause the world is beautiful people. Don't give me a pageant rap, cause we're beautiful, live for simple. Politicians are back again, mind people like rocket star, holding the sellers on once again. Man, we acting like it's a shot. The weak would be exposed while talking of civilization. Love to exterminate your neighbor, all in the name of religion.
Getting that dream job discount and not a certificate afterwards.
उत्तर प्रदेश के हरदोई में
Just love life if you love life, or hate life if you wanna hate life. This one gets written on and on. One time you're here, then you gone. Just love life if you love life, or hate life if you wanna hate life. This one gets written on and on. One time you're here, then you gone. Just love life if you love life, or hate life if you wanna hate life. This one gets written on and on. One time you're here, then you're gone. We never played the role in how we wanted to be born, and did nobody have an idea the kind of closer we were drawn. But in between all of this, I gotta say that we're alive, and nobody wants himself to figure out how he will survive. Cause whether you hate it or love or don't, we got to share the vibe. Some things never seem to change, so we might as well reform one tribe. Sometimes we better start realizing that we already seen the life. So many questions asking and many answers here no question. Caught up with seeing and finding get a solution in the session. Just rock the talk, walk the walk. It's a microphone that I come here to rock.
on given and all that. And as for us, that we were not in that,
Cool. Any comments? Huh? Like it?
Yes, sir.
Sorry? I'm on? For delay. That's a nice observation. So basically, I don't know if you read the credits. I think we don't have time. We need to take a lunch break, or you guys still want to go? Okay. You guys all right?
Yes.
So this was basically DCF. Now it's me as a producer. It's all my thing. Everything is सब कुछ मेरे कब्जा में है. Basically, everything is I can do whatever I want. I'm my own boss. I don't have these advertising people who say, "Can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do that?" I'm in control now. Basically, so from Bombay Black till now, this was 2013. I have some CDs. Do you guys, anybody have CD players in their house? Yeah. Put your hands up. Come on, come on. That's like a half hand. You really have a CD player? It works. 1, 2, works? Yes? 3, 4. Pakka na count. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think I just have probably 13 CDs. So I put out a double CD. This first album basically was positive 1 and positive 2. Disc 1 and disc 2. Do we have a copy of that just to show that? You can pass it around. This is what it was. I mean, this is 2013 and I was a sucker. Like, there was no Spotify and all yet. This is me. You can see a caricature of me basically. With this album, basically, I was doing pretty much everything: recording drums, singing, writing lyrics, collaborating with different people. It's very important that you jump into if you're doing production, whether it's as a composer or it's as a mix engineer or just as a sequencer, programmer, whatever. You have to jump into your DAW and start messing around with things, basically. That's the only way you're going to learn. It's great that you guys have schools like this that help you, it gives you insight on what to do. They actually teach you things like this. And plus you have a great tool like YouTube to give you tutorials for pretty much anything. So after this album now, this was 2013. I started my career with a singer called KK. Anybody knows KK? Yes. Okay. So a friend of mine, T2, remember where's T2? He used to play drums with KK. He basically got married and left the country. So he put me onto that gig. I started playing with KK. Since I started playing with KK, Coke Studio started happening. My friend Clinton Cerejo kind of called me over and he was like, this is happening. And the brief for Coke Studio was basically, we want something different, which is quite an open brief. Different, matlab, you can do anything you want. You say, I want different, so I'll do anything I want. So, in fact, I think that was the second season of Coke Studio. The first season was produced by this guy called Leslie Lewis. I think he lives in Pune. Colonial Cousins. Okay, so he was basically one producer and 40 songs, which is, I think, a bit much for one producer to do 40 songs in 2 days. It's overkill. The music will at some point sound like it's coming from the same producer. Second year, they had, I think that was the time they kind of upped their budget. They had about 6 producers, which was, I think, Hitesh Sonic, there was Clinton, there were a couple more other people who I don't remember. So it was a really cool scene. There's a place called Whistling Woods in Bombay. So that was a rehearsal spot, basically. So MTV said, this is Whistling Woods. We have a 12 to 15 days schedule and they wanted to document everything. So basically we all would meet from a 9 to 9 schedule. The producer would come. They wanted to get every little bit. They wanted to get us writing the music, jamming, chatting, having lunch, doing pretty much everything. That was quite amazing because Gino would be on one floor, Darshan would be on another floor playing with another artist, I would be on another floor playing with Clinton. And we'd all converge for lunch and, just share our experiences. So I think that second season was pretty amazing in terms of, I think that was the season that did the best as well. I think that was the season where Madari was from, if I remember correctly. And story about Madari was like, now we call Vishal for this track. Vishal Dadlani, everybody knows that. He had a doubt in his mind saying like, man, am I the right guy for this song? So when we wrote that song, we were all very not convinced and we definitely didn't know it was going to basically, reach such lengths. Finally, we recorded the song and that's Madari for you. So it was a great experience in terms of like, now this is a different zone. Like I'm still back again, not as a producer. DCF is me as a producer. Coke Studio, I've been hired just as a drummer once again. And obviously Clinton would value certain production bits of mine. Clinton, you all are all familiar with Clinton, right? So Clinton's background is, he started off like Abhijit Nalani as a programmer. Most music directors have some guys who basically program for them. They'll come write their music and they'll be like Abhijit or Clinton who will basically program everything and put it together. So Clinton was that guy. He worked with Rahman. He has got a huge advertising background. So he would come to the set with pretty much the whole track already sorted out. He would have a dummy drum track and he said, this is what I have, but I want you to do your thing. So Madari was actually a group that he programmed, but I did my own take on it, and that's, what happened to the groove. So he's an example of a producer who knows exactly what he wants. And for me as a session artist, it's always nice to meet a producer
who knows what he wants. Because sometimes some producers say like, you do your own thing. Now if the brief is do your own thing, I can do anything. I can start playing like death metal or something, and if it's not going to work with him, it's not going to work with him. So it's important to give the right brief and make your session artist understand what he's supposed to give. Very important point as a session artist, it's not to know what to do at the session, but what not to do at the session. You know, that's something that's stuck. Like I can go to a session, I'm like, yeah, what is this track? It's just a John Mayer kind of track. Okay, cool. But it's not only knowing what to do, but very importantly, knowing what not to do, because that is a big thing about going to a session. And also, as a session musician, like I said, your vocabulary has to be very strong, because one guy will say like, can you play like this Irish folk kind of vibe? That's your reference. Can you do like an Indian classical kind of reference? And if you're not hip with that kind of music, you won't know what to do. So it's important to build your vocab. And I think most of the Coke studio, have you all seen the Pakistan Coke studio? That's very different from the Indian Coke studios, right? Why? Huh? Yeah, it is different, but why is it different? No, that's also... Pakistan Coke studio is not so influenced by Bollywood, right? I don't know how Madari would have done if there was no Vishal Dadlani, right? All the artists who performed on Coke Studio had some connection with Bollywood. They didn't want to do Bollywood, but they wanted those names. Why did they want those names? Because that would affect TRPs, right? So Pakistan does not have that vibe. They are digging deep into the folk musicians, and they don't have any relevance with Bollywood. So they are, I think, in the 11th or 12th season or something, and they're still killing it. Because that music is really original till right now. Indian Coke Studio is not a thing anymore, is because they've run out of artists. Sablo ko leke aaye, SCL, Ram Sampath, they've extinguished artists. There are no more artists. You can't keep calling them. Like Clinton did the second season as well, but it didn't do so well as the first season. And A.R. Rahman came. He got them tons of TRPs, but they can't call him back again because they don't have the budget for him. So I think that's what Pakistan has differently from Bollywood is kind of omnious. It's like it's everywhere. It's all over the world. Like you go to Trinidad, you go to Amsterdam, you go to Paris. Like in the pandemic, we performed in Paris. KK performed in Paris. What was it for? It was for some pan masala guy's daughter's wedding. And he's in like Paris playing Bollywood. So that's the reach of Bollywood. Bollywood's huge. There's no comparison with Bollywood, So basically, Coke Studio was one. I think the second season or third season was still an endeavor by a lot of people like Clinton, Ram, Kash Kale. Everybody would try and do something different, and they did it to a point. And then I think MTV started running out of budgets, so they couldn't. Like the first time I went, there was a 15-day schedule, which eventually came down to a 3-day schedule. So obviously it was not working. So that was, I think, about 2015. And for me as a performer, the session scene started growing. People knew me more as this Coke Studio guy. I've done world tours with Sajid Wajid. Anybody familiar with Sajid Wajid's music? They're both great guys. May he rest in peace. I think Sajid Wajid passed away. He was a very chilled out guy. But their kind of Bollywood is the most crassy Bollywood. Like it's all the thumkas, and if you know what I mean, if you guys heard their kind of music. And I was called for that gig, and I was talking to Wajid, I know Sajid as well. I said, man, why have you called me for this gig? Like, I don't know your music. Do I fit in this zone? So Wajid Bhai's brief to me was like, man, it's cool, man. Just do your Coke Studio thing. Coke Studio thing? What is that? I don't know what that is. But I started being called because people saw me in Madari and I offered something differently. A lot of the music fraternity actually called me up and said, man, what a great set. This is really something different. And it's a new sound that, people were not used to. So around that time, the Bollywood thing, I was playing with KK. I met Sachin Jigar. I toured with Mohit Chauhan. I toured with Sajid Wajid. with a lot of people basically. For me as a drummer, so there's me as a drummer who's a performer, and there's me as a producer. I'm still a nascent producer, a little more experienced drummer. I was getting all these calls from various people to play all these gigs, and I was like, and that built confidence in me. I knew, like coming back to remember the jingle guy who would come and say, "Can you give me this and can you give me that?" As a sessions guy, he was in my bag. क्या चाहिए तेरे को? ये चाहिए. हाँ ठीक है मिल जाएगा. ये चाहिए मिल जाएगा. So I learned the ropes. Nowadays, another very important thing, if you guys are musicians and you want to perform, take your performance, forward. Sometimes it's not about how good you are as a musician, but it's how easy you are to work with. I know a lot of musicians who are amazing musicians who have more chops than even I do. But they don't get the call. Because maybe sometimes they're not punctual. Maybe sometimes they have too much of attitude. Maybe sometimes they're just fussy and they're lazy. If you go for a session, I am a staunch believer. Sorry, I'm not talking about today because we are late. But I'm a staunch believer in being on time for your shit. And come prepared. Like I would get the call from Vishal Shekhar to do gigs without me knowing their set list. I would sit down, get their songs, like 25 songs, 30 songs. In one day, I would just pen down everything and go with my book and just nail the gig. And they liked what I did. So I was known as this guy, or I'm still known as that guy. Acha, our main drummer's not there. Let's call Lindsay, man. He'll hack the gig in one day. With no rehearsals, he'll come and hack it. So you need to know what not to play. You need to learn to know how to deal with the artists. Sometimes artists have shitloads of tantrums. I've had friends of mine who've told the artist, "Chal, I don't want to play, I'm not coming." So that guy's obviously not going to get the call back, right? So you have to figure out how to get into the scene, and there's no escape from practice. Yeah, there's no escape. It's like you have to spend that time rehearsing, nurturing your art. There's no escape. Like even if your dad has a big ass studio and all the gear, all the VSTs, all the sample packs, if you're not doing your homework, the bullshit in your track will still come out. Right? It will come out. I mean, your friends and all say, "Yo, what a cool EDM track, man. It's sounding dope." And other people will be like, kya takti hai? Okay, so also another thing with me is like, as a musician, as a performer, as a producer, it's important I spoke about my expression. I am Lindsay DeMello as a session musician who plays drums for various people. I am also a producer who likes to have my own expression. I want to create my own tracks. I want to write lyrics for my own tracks. I want to play bass on my own tracks, play keys, sing, do whatever the hell I want to. So Positive, basically we toured for a while. The bass player was actually from Pune. His name is Sonu Sangameshwaran. He moved to Bombay. And he left. Like I told you once again, the whole thing about independent bands, trying to keep them together, everybody needs to have the same focus and the same view. It's like a cricket team. If like Jadeja is not there or somebody is not there, it's difficult to replace that talent. You'll get somebody else, but the team will take a while, or the audience will till he performs, and then his talent or his worth is actually felt. So anyways, Sonu left. So we were actually performing as a trio, which was basically another guy from Pune once again. His name is Illustrate. He's the rapper. I'll come to that track again. So we were basically performing as a trio, which was Sonu from Pune, Illustrate, Herschel Galway is his real name, but his stage name is Illustrate, and myself. We were basically playing a lot of drum and bass, hip hop, funk, and I must say, like, I've worked with many sound engineers on this album. Most of my close buddies are either bass players or sound engineers. So, and they all love what I do, thankfully, so they all help me. So there's Tanay Gajjar, who's an IFA award-winning mix engineer. He works with Sanjay Leela Balsali. So Sanjay Leela Bansali, and remember that track I played, that really fast drum and bass track, the first track out of The Positive? He mixed that track. So I'm actually getting Bollywood people out of their comfort zone and making them mix drum and bass. So that's cool. For me, that's amazing. Then I've had Jovian Sons, who's the mix engineer for Kailasa. He mixes for Atif Aslam, many other people. Then my most favorite mix engineer is Joseph George. Once again a Puneri. He started working with Dhruv Ghanikar, and I do most of my DCF mixes with him unless he's not available. Then I work with other people. So that the last track, Love Life, Hate Life, the one with the rapper, he's mixed that track. Him and me have we understand one another very well. It's also very important to work with people who understand your vibe. Tomorrow I'll go for a session, and there have been times when I've gone for a session and it's taking me 5 minutes to tell this guy to copy, measure from here to here, there to there, because he's not understanding what I'm saying. So it's a waste of his time, waste of my time. It's important to work with people who understand your vibe, know what your expression is supposed to be, know where you're coming from, know your strengths, know your weakness. That's what puts the team together. So we did Positive for a while, and Sonu left. Then also to keep the balance going, whenever I'm super busy with Bollywood, that kind of pushes me to work harder with DCF, because I have to maintain the balance. So if I'm on like a mad schedule, traveling like 5 days in a week, I will still come back home and open a DCF track and work on that, just so that the balance is kind of evened out. It will never be evened out with Bollywood and DCF. But mentally, I'm like, okay, fine, I've done so much of this, I have to push this. So this lasted till about maybe 2015 or 16. Then I did something else called DCF versus Mad Fingers. That was a chance that I got to do with this keyboard player called Karan Joseph. Anybody heard of Karan Joseph? He was an amazing keyboard player. I'm sorry that most of the people I've worked with, some of them died. So I'm really sorry about that. But this guy was a genius. He was a genius. He was a pure genius. So we get a situation where a friend of mine who owned a studio said, hey man, I have this studio. Can you please come and test it out and record your own music? We want to record something fresh. And so this was a duo setup, which was basically me and Karan. So we had access to a studio which was completely set up. They set up GoPros around everything. And we didn't really talk about the music. It was like a very improv kind of thing. And that led to the birth of DCF versus Mad Fingers. So we recorded over 2 days, different times. Basically had 1 day in the studio from 10 to how late, how tired we got till we had to stop. We did 2 different sessions. Let me see which track to play. This was the first session. We had an engineer called Nikhil Mule. Anybody knows of him? Another Pune guy. He was from FTI. So he mixed. This was a melting pot of a lot of engineers, young engineers. Abhishek Kamdar, Anupam Roy, Nikhil Mule. Everybody just worked seamlessly just to do this. So we put out 2 EPs called It's Only Music. They were all multi-track recorded, multi-camera recorded, and they were just jams. The only thing we spoke about, if you realize, were BPMs. What's the BPM? Karan, what's the BPM? 110? Okay, let's go for it. And this also speaks about a conversation between me and him. We had an amazing chemistry. We just played. Sometimes you meet people where, you don't know the person. I don't know you, but, 2 of us meet and we're just talking for days. You have that with musicians as well. You sit down, your instruments, he's on his keyboard, I'm on my drum kit. I think the longest song that we clocked in this session was about 22 minutes, where we just played. So you can go through this one. It's called Funk. He's playing Nod, and that's a Moog that he's playing. So he's playing all the synth bass on top of that. This is all improvising. It's only improvising. We are talking. That's all we are doing. We're just vibing. It's a little out of sync because of the. Okay, so that was the first session. This was the second session. He's amazing, he's a genius. Look at the bass he's playing. That's a completely analog synthesizer. It's called Moog. You guys familiar with Moog? So that was DCF. He was his also known as his Mad Fingers. So it's basically DCF versus Mad Fingers. Can you see the name of the track? It's 120 BPM. Because we didn't want to we were just naming tracks on the basis of their BPMs basically. What do you guys think of this music? Yeah, it's a vibe. So basically, Karan passed away in 2017. We were on like a big ass tour and stuff like that. Sadly, he passed away. I had to still take DCF forward. So we were slated to play the Goa Jazz Festival in 2017, and Karan passed away in 2017 September. Here's another big festival. He was basically headlining act was Jojo Mayo. You guys heard of Jojo Mayo? No Jojo Mayo. No drum and bass fans here. Okay, cool. So I basically, every city that we were going to, Karan and myself, we would basically get a guest to perform with us, a guest artist. So, and I still wanted to play the It's Only Music set, but I didn't know if the other musicians could replicate it or do justice to it. So the two musicians that we kind of got on board, one in Delhi was a bass player called Hash Bass, and in Bangalore we were supposed to get a keyboard player who now plays with Lucky Ali called Bharat Kumar. So I sat with them, we went to Bangalore, we hung out for like a week, rehearsed the music, and I kind of got confident that they could do it. So we started DCF Shapes, and our first gig was at the Goa Jazz Festival. I'm just going to quickly run you through the sound. This is a place called Piano Man Jazz Cafe in Delhi. Earlier there was one guy playing keys and bass. To replace him I needed two people. That's how good he was. Yeah, so this was DCF Shapes, which basically lasted till about 2017 till 2019. Once again, people were getting into this vibe. If you notice, This is not this particular track, but a lot of the stuff that I did with It's Only Music, a lot of those tracks we actually spent, like we started doing that stuff just out of jams, and with this setup we actually started rehearsing it because we have the content. Now we need to formulate them into tracks with these two new musicians basically. And we started playing basically a whole bunch of jazz festivals and clubs and things like that. 2019. What happened in 2020? Pandemic. So I was basically, I think the last tour that I did was DCF simultaneously with Bollywood. I think the last tour that I did was Mohit Chavan, and then in 2019 I did a tour with KK also, which was in the States and New Zealand and Australia. 2019 was actually an amazing year because things were like really going well. The independent scene was thriving. The Bollywood scene was thriving. I was doing like world tours and shit like that. And in 2020, I think I started playing with Sachin Jigar. I was playing with them for a while. And I think the last gig I did was in March. We did it in like Kanpur. Sachin Jigar, you guys know Sachin Jigar? So they are very different from KK. Like KK's got like more like a pop rock kind of set. He refuses to do any wedding gigs. Sachin Jigar, their main clientele is only shadis, where people don't give a shit. They just want to dance. They want like London Thumakda. That song in shadis is played by the opening act, it's played by the main act, and it's also played by the DJ. I don't understand what these guys are tripping on, dude. So March, I think mid-March was, I think the pandemic hit in what, 20 or 2? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So last gig we did, in fact we still have a photograph of that. We did a gig in Kanpur, and for some reason I was mind boggled with this, and I was actually wearing a mask because I was going to Kanpur. Like Kanpur is like, the scene in Lucknow and Kanpur. Like. And we have a picture of that. I think we were taking an 80-hour flight and I was the only guy wearing a mask. And this happened like after that. So after that, let's keep it open now. Like how was the pandemic for you guys? We can take some time on this. I mean, subconsciously, the pandemic, I am going to use this word, has fucked with everybody's mind. Do you guys agree or not? Maybe not all of us, but things like depression, anxiety, what is going to happen in the future, what am I going to do in life? For me, is this the right profession I've chosen? Music, performance. Better हो, जब ये खुल जाएगा तब फोन करेगा आपको. So tell me, I mean, we'll go quickly. How was the pandemic for you? Quickly, like briefly. क्या किया तूने pandemic में? Where were you? Are you from Pune? Huh? क्या हो? You, yeah. What's your name? I was like, fuck, the pandemic's hit him really hard. Like, we can't talk about it. What's your name, bro? Aditya. Are you from Pune? Yeah. Okay, so what happened in the pandemic? How old are you, first of all? Okay, so what did you do in the pandemic? Okay, so college तो बंद हो गया. Okay, Gujarati? Where in Gujarat? Okay, so you must be knowing Sachin Jigar, ना? उनका गाना लाड़की तो world famous हो गया basically. So what did you do? Like, how did you cope with the pandemic? So you continued with things online? Correct. Correct. Yeah, very good. Very good. So basically, you had time from your regular life. I mean, if you were doing a regular engineering college, you would not have time to basically dabble in Fruity Loops and things like that. Yeah, but how did you feel? Like, how did you feel? Like, what's going to happen basically? Okay. So it was okay for you. It was not so bad. It was okay. Would you like the pandemic to come back again? No, I mean, See, everybody has their own take on. Some people are like, "Arey, ye to full life mein chutti hai," you know. But some people are like, "What's going to happen? Like, where is my career going to go? What am I going to do in life?" Right? Okay. What about you? What's your name? Nikhil. How was it for you? Nothing. You did nothing. You did nothing. Sleep, chill. Bas, away. Like, CMEDU was happening? No. Okay. In Nasik, okay, very good. Just chill. But your exam might have gotten pushed, right? Okay. Oh, they passed all. Haan, theek hai, okay. So basically you graduated. So Fukat ka you graduated basically. Very good. Amazing. What about you? What's your name? Pranay. How was it for you? Not okay also. Okay. So, but what did you do? Did you like he learned Fruity Loops, he learned sleeping. You वो तो शर्ट हो गया हाँ कैसे exactly. So there you go. Like he's now talking about how am I going to make money? Yeah, correct. तो उसका कोई solution मिला कि नहीं मिला? नहीं मिला. So basically you have to wait it out. Okay. What was your name? Amit. You're from Gujarat. Where in Gujarat? Sorry? Vadodara. Okay. और आपने क्या किया था? हाँ. Coffee problem. So that's two guys who have a problem. One guy who learned Fruity Loops. One guy who was sleeping. हाँ? मजा कराओ. Don't take it. तभी तो टाइम मिलेगा सोने के लिए. अभी तो सोने को मिलता नहीं है ना. हाँ. You basically got your energy back again ना. हाँ. Amazing. Amazing. तो आपको प्रॉब्लम है हाँ फाइनेंशियल करेक्ट हाउ विल माय पेरेंट्स पे फॉर माय एजुकेशन करेक्ट तो मेंटली कुछ डिप्रेशन जैसा हुआ था कि हाँ मतलब क्वेश्चन मार्क था अभी क्या होने वाला किसी को पता नहीं है हाँ अभी तो थोड़ा सा छुटका आई मीन नाउ देयर इज अ रिलीफ राइट थिंग्स आर ओपनिंग अप आई हैव कम फ्रॉम बॉम्बे आर टॉकिंग टू यू कूल व्हाट अबाउट यू ब्रो व्हाट्स योर नेम Tanmay? Oh nice. Where in Rajasthan? Okay, cool. Oh, lovely. Very good. In a way, yeah. Himachal is still far out. Like it's not. I mean, it was still a little more chilled out in Himachal. Like in Bombay and Pune, so forget about it. Yeah. Correct. Good for you. You would not have any music. You wouldn't have so much time. Correct. Correct. Great. Amazing. What's your name? Shreyans? Yeah. Are you from? Just tell me where you're from and Gurgaon. Okay, cool. What's good for you? Very good. Very good. So what kind of music what kind of music do you? Hip hop, cool. You what kind of music? Hyper pop, cool. So basically, the pandemic is a reason for you to introspect and like do it now. Yeah, because in your regular life, there's no time for you to do this shit. You are basically hanging out with your friends or sleeping or graduating or whatever. Exactly. Cool. Yeah, I mean, just to sit down and think like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? So you have to kind of rediscover yourself and figure out. Exactly, because it's now or never times. Correct. Over you, sir. What's your name? Pratik. Yeah. Nagpur. Okay. 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 Very good. Okay. Oh, nice. So basically, that propelled you also to dig deeper and focus on what you want to do, basically. Right? What were you? Jaipur. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. So you actually got a chance to hang out with your dad. Otherwise, dad घर पे है तो मैं वापस नहीं जाने वाला वैसा सीन है. Okay, he would not be there. Yeah, exactly. Over you? Nihal? Oh, Assam. IT. Correct, right? So you know Kalyan Barua and people? Yeah, okay. Kalyan Krishna and all these people? Okay. A lot of Assamese in Bombay. Yeah. What did you do? Ah, ah. Okay, Fruity Loops. So you all were basically getting more into like, rather than sitting down and doing nothing, let me basically pursue what I want to do basically. What were you, sir? Yeah. Okay. 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 So none of you guys had any issues of like what's going to happen, कोई सदमा कोई mental scene वैसा कुछ हुआ नहीं है. Very good. Very good. So good. What were you saying? Kalimpong. Superb. With Groove Sappa, we played a lot in Kalimpong. We played at your festival over there. We played at Chaurasta and things like that. You know Binay da? Binay Rai. He's from Darjeeling. Anyways, how was it for you? It was alright. You can say good or bad. Alright. What did you do? Yo. Okay. Cool. Great. What were you? Okay. Shillong. Wow. So with DCF Shapes, we played the last NS7 in 2019 in Shillong. Yeah. We actually played before Marty Friedman. Yeah. Good. Yeah, both of you all come from less populated areas. So basically, it was not the pandemic hit really hard in places where the population density was a lot. So you play guitar or something? Yeah, I play guitar. Oh, okay, so it was all right for you. Correct. Lovely. Great. Very good. How are you? Okay. Thanks for being honest.
Yeah, because I did my graduation in 90 and then I went home to take a year
off.
Yeah, to figure it out.
And you got stuck there. Shit.
Yeah, and I started writing music and performing. I was doing small clubs and all.
Nice. Yeah. So you're happy that it's over basically and you come back now.
Very happy, sir.
Yeah. Cool. Who are you? Yeah. Wow, a lot of Assam and a lot of Gujarat over here. So, one sec, sorry, you all know Kalyan, bro? I call Kalyan Moses. Because he's the guy who came to Bombay and he parted ways for the whole of Assam to come into, at least the guitar players. Good. What, am I doing the right thing? Correct. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Tough. Very tough. Cool. I hear you. Sorry to hear about that. What were you, buddy? Yuma? Yeah. Okay. It's two Adityas. Another Aditya something?
Almost 15 16 hours a day.
Very good.
Every day.
Very good.
It was a really fun time for me.
Good.
So many new things.
Very good.
So it was definitely amazing.
An amazing time. That's good. Who are you?
So my name is Nikshit. I'm from Hyderabad. So basically, I don't think pandemic hit really good for me because in 2019 I started doing gigs and it got me a little recognition. I started playing for I opened for Vinny, which is
Okay.
So as the pandemic hit,
Everything stopped.
gigs and all stopped. I used to make music also. So in the pandemic, I made a lot of music. That was the only good thing I had.
Okay. You know Young Raj by any chance? Young Raj. He's a producer from Hyderabad. He makes some amazing music. He's a young guy. Anyways, you? Hi. Okay.
So at the starting of pandemic, so I thought it would be over in like
Yeah. Like they said.
Yeah.
हो जाएगा भी खत्म.
So I left my electric guitar and acoustic guitar here.
Oh.
And luckily I had my father had an acoustic guitar, so I started practicing in that.
Okay.
And I started production more and more every day, and I switched to a different event and line.
Okay. Okay, so basically you dwelled more into music rather than saying like when is this going to get over? I might as well do something. Okay. Hmm? Okay. Okay. I love that. Everybody's graduating without studying. Amazing. Oh, nice. You're tabla player. Who's your favorite tabla players? हाँ वो तो है but there's a lot of other people also. Okay. Okay. लड़का जी. What would you say? For where? Jalgaon. Okay. I'm so sorry, buddy. That's amazing. I mean, with such a big loss, you actually transferred your energy into. I'm really sorry about your dad, buddy. He's looking up on you and he's showering you with all his blessings. Big hug to you, man. I'm sorry. We all need to give this guy some love, bro. Can I come there? Let me come there. Sorry, buddy. Cool. Who's next in line? The next song I'm gonna play is for you. Okay? Sir, the specs? Arjun? You didn't have any luck of basically going through without studies. Okay. Okay. So it was okay for you. How were you? A lot of tension. Okay. So it was not good for you as well. For you? Okay. 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 Okay.
So like I used to produce a lot of music,
Mhm.
and the bad side to it was like I was like everything was close.
Mm. Okay.
I love that.
Okay. So it was 50-50 for you. Okay. For you?
Hi, my name is Raj. I'm from Pune as well. So pandemic was about heaven and hell for me.
Okay. So 50-50.
50-50. So heaven being that both of the 11th and 12th final exams were cancelled, so I passed.
You also not so fortunate as the rest to just.
But hell, because my mom and dad weren't convinced for me doing this course.
Okay.
They were like
Against it. Okay. They were not
They were not convinced about me
convinced.
doing
So
something.
how did you convince them?
I had about 1.5 years to convince them.
So you managed to, and you
I
finally
managed to
here.
convince them
Okay.
somehow.
Good. So judging by this part of it, it's been a 50-50 or maybe a 60-40 kind of vibe. Okay.
So I think that pandemic was good because before that I was just a performer.
Hmm.
So in the pandemic I downloaded Order City. That was my first job.
Okay.
I ordered a Mauna mic.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
And started recording because I come from a Marathi or folk background.
Hmm.
So I didn't know about anything about production.
Hmm.
So I just recorded lots of instruments.
Okay.
Started a YouTube channel. And, then after some time I got to know that sound engineering or there are many things to do in this. So somehow I joined in a scene.
Okay. So it was okay for you. Who you were? Sorry, Atharva? Okay. Okay. You sell paintings? To make paintings, okay. So you're focusing on art basically. Okay. So you had time to basically focus and introspect. You? Are you part of this or? Oh, okay, sorry. You? Oh, sorry, okay. So you know what? I'll come back to you guys. Let me just spread some good vibes. Do that track? Good night. I should take this out of the sleepy. You can mute. Okay, I'm going to play you guys a track. I'm going to tell you what I did in the lockdown. I also went through the same, like I'm a performer basically. I play for the world and I play to many people. So for me, it was a reset. It was like a reset button pressed. Like a lot of people, I was like, I'm a performer. Is performance ever going to come back? Like what I do is the complete opposite of social distancing, right? So, and I was like, how am I going to do this? Like now, what am I going to do? Like I've been a musician for so many years, and now what am I going to do? Perhaps work in a chemist? Or what am I going to do? Like, I mean, there was nothing. Gigs, okay, some gigs started with KK in July. They were virtual gigs. You guys are aware of virtual gigs? I was like, yeah, it's cool. I mean, you go quickly, do your sound check, finish the gig, play to no audience, play to one teleprompter, play to WhatsApp messages saying like, KK, we love you, can you do this, can you do that? But as a performer, like, even KK was like, ye band karo yaar, it's distracting me. How can I sing my song? People asking for pal, this, that. So we had to shut it off. That started for a while. It shut again with a second wave hit. So I'm going to play this track called Good Vibes. I mean, needless to say, I had to write music and I had to take solace in music. Buddy, what's your name? Manan. This track's for you.
We alive, gotta realize, do realize, see the real eyes, see freedom rise, see happiness is a state of mind, no items can replace the times, no diamonds, but we all shine, so if you feel it, let vibrations drive like, ain't nothing but some good vibes, if you feel how I feel, all we got is time, ain't nothing but some good vibes, trust yourself and follow the signs. metronome of the moment. Now. Ain't nothing but some good vibes, If you feel how I feel, all we got is time. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. Trust yourself and follow the signs. 2 times for the grind, yeah. 3 times for the vibe, We all gon' be fine, let's go like 1 time for your mind, 2 times for the grind, yeah. 3 times for the vibe, Let me talk to him like, woke up. Told my homie, roll up. Yeah, took a second for the simple things, cause what's a second without simple things? Then I called my fam, told them that I loved them. Realized I'm me, cause felt the warmth of the sun on my face. Every day's a blessing, so I say, I'm feeling all good, and I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling all good, and I'm feeling alright. One time, like time for your mind, 2 times for the grind, 3 times for the vibe. We all gon' be fine. 1 time for your mind, 2 times for the grind, yeah. 3 times for the vibe, We all gon' be fine. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. If you feel how I feel, all we got is time. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. Trust yourself and follow the signs. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. If you feel how I feel, all we got is time. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. Trust yourself and follow the signs.
A fucked up time basically. I chose to put out a track called Good Vibes. I basically got a DAW to my same room that you saw me playing in. I got a sound card from a friend of mine called the Antelope Discrete. It's an 8 in 8 out track sound card. I had an iMac and I started recording drums all by myself with no help from anybody. I mean, of course, I had my engineer friends to call up and say, hey man, I'm stuck. What do I do? But pretty much I started doing that. And right now, how's the mix, the track versus the drums? Were the drums louder, track louder? Drums was louder, that's why I told you to put the track up. Anyway, so I'll show you what. Basically, I decided to put out an album called the second DCF album. I always like doing A side and B side. I call this album Exhibit because the exhibit was me. I'll show you what. I also started. I got a software called Premiere Pro. Any video guys here? And I started making my own videos. So this was the first video that I put out. Did you like that track? Isn't it a perfect track for the pandemic? Just spread good vibes, basically. This is a mixed track. Okay, you guys ready? This is what came out. Oh, I must tell you. This track, only the vocals were recorded in the studio. Everything else has all been recorded in people's houses. Paresh, the guitar player, sent me his files from his house. Sonu played his bass in my house. I recorded my drums in somebody else's house. So the only thing that we got into the studio for was to record voice. This, by the way, is a girl called Aliyah. She's my daughter.
Let's go like ain't nothing but some good vibes. Hey.
Technical. Sorry about that. We'll just go from the start again. Loose cable. I shot all of that in my house with this phone. Sonu's in Melbourne. He sent me footage from Melbourne. This is all my house. That's my room. This is around my house. That was my goldfish that died.
Let's go like ain't nothing but some good vibes. Every day blessed we alive. Gotta realize, to realize, see the real eyes, see freedom rise. See happiness is a state of mind. No items can replace the times. No diamonds, but we all shine. So if you feel it, let vibrations ride like.
That's funny.
Ain't nothing but some good
He
vibes.
sent me footage from his house.
If you feel how I feel, all we got is time. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. Trust yourself and follow the signs. Yeah, ain't nothing but some good vibes. Ain't nothing gonna bring me down. Positivity all around. If you seek it, it'll be found. And not self-pity gonna get you drowned, but the inner compass get you found. So chase the heart and post pounds. The metronome with a moment. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. If you feel how I feel, all we got is time. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. Trust yourself and follow the signs. 2 times for the grind, yeah. 3 times for the vibe, We all gon' be fine, let's go like 1 time for your mind, 2 times for the grind, yeah. 3 times for the vibe, Let me talk to him like, woke up. Told my homie, roll up. Yeah, took a second for the simple things, cause what's a second without simple things? Then I called my fam, told him that I loved him. Realized I'm me, cause felt the warmth of the sun on my face.
That's my wife's
Every day's a
fingers.
blessing, so I said,
In this piece.
I'm feeling all good, and I'm feeling alright.
This is paragliding in palm shape.
I'm feeling all good, and I'm feeling alright. 1 time, like 1 time for your mind, 2 times for the grind, 3 times for the vibe. We all gon' be fine. 1 time for your mind, 2 times for the grind, yeah. 3 times for the vibe, we all gon' be fine. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. If you feel how I feel, all we got is time. Ain't nothing but some good vibes. Trust yourself and follow the signs. Ain't nothing.
I also lost my father-in-law. He was a cool guy. Okay, any questions to this song? So basically, I chose to just dive into it, and I said like, fuck this. I'm going to get into shit. Actually, I'm not an editor. I have a really close friend who's an IFA award-winning editor who was supposed to cut this video, but he was taking too much time. So I said, listen, man, I'm just going to download Premiere. I had to scan through. All this footage is very raw footage from various phones, and you can see my daughter from a small girl to now she's 10. Paresh, I made him. I said, bro, I need footage. Like, I can't come to Mud Island because I live in Bandra. Just send me anything. He sent me footage. I got Sonu to send me footage from Melbourne. And this is my first video I've made. I'm super proud of it. Have you guys heard of Indian Recording Arts Academy in India? So this track won the best independent producer electronic. So that's the award I won for this track, which is, wow, my first award. It's not a big thing, but it's my first award for. This track is amazing. It's a happy track, and it got a lot of adulation, especially in the pandemic, because people were all down, sulking, and this track kind of lifted everybody. So I think from me as an artist point of view and being a musician, it's kind of what is music? Music is supposed to make you feel happy, sad, crappy. Music is a language that expresses like I would say no other language does. I can say I'm sorry to you, but if you hear a track, it'll hit you and you will start crying or you will start laughing. So that's what music does. Music has the power. That's why I started by saying I am privileged to be a professional musician. Not too many people get that opportunity. I have it. So I'm grateful. God has given me a gift. I'm very happy to share with all you guys. I'm amazed at the attention that all you guys are giving me. It's the first time I'm doing something like this. And I'm super happy to share my process with you. Any questions towards good vibes? I'll just quickly we have time. You guys are alright to hang out, or you'll have somewhere to go, meet your girlfriends, boyfriends? I mean, it's cool. If you guys want to leave fast, I'll wrap this up quickly, or if not, I'll go on. Tell me, it's fine. I have to go back to Bombay, dudes. So I am chill if you guys are chill. Yeah? Okay, cool. Come on, let's go ahead. How was the pandemic for you? What's your name? Aditya. 3 Adityas, okay. Okay.
We had plans to go to Delhi and after that evening,
What happened here?
everything got cancelled.
Okay.
The time I thought it would be basically watching series and
Netflix binge watching it.
then it became
It just didn't get over here.
it's sad to get like insecure vibes like what
Correct.
we are going to do.
Correct.
Then I started using my Mac
Okay.
GarageBand. Then
Very good.
Logic
Okay.
started producing music and uploading the
Very good. Super. Over you? Okay, we can Mumbai. Yeah, Mumbai. Now you Mumbai. Okay. Okay. What's it? Guys, you can talk, but I need to just hear him. You can talk, just whisper. You okay? You got tired of yourself, basically. Same, yeah. See, the human race is not meant to sit in the house. We are not used to this. Even if it is like going down and buying something or just meeting somebody in your neighborhood building, you have to. So it was, you basically got tired of also producing and writing. Okay. So it was kind of 50-50 for you. Here you go, sir. What were you saying? Yeah. Okay. 50-50. Okay. Oh shit. So you also might have been like, is this band going to go forward or is it the end of it? Oh, it's just stopped. You have not tried to.
All my bandmates, they were from Pura,
Hmm.
place in Meghalaya. So they all went home and just never came.
Oh shit.
So that's one thing that happened is
Okay. 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 That's a pattern I see here basically.
So
Cool.
basically, I just asked my parents like, I'm good now, I'm comfortable, so let's just buy me an instrument. Cheap one. So what do you want? So I asked for a kalimba.
Oh, nice.
So I converted to the kalimba and
Yes.
a lot of the ukulele.
Very good.
Just little bit and from YouTube.
Okay. Good. So basically, there are pros and cons. Yeah. You're basically.
I really wish that my band would go,
But this it's not the end. You can always once you finish here, you can in fact go and produce and record your own stuff with it. Yeah. Cool. What about you? It's nice to see just 3 women in the audience. I mean, it's nice to see. I mean, it's like more women is better, but it's okay.
My name is Shreya. I'm from Pune.
Okay.
Pandemic was honestly horrible.
Okay.
I tried to
Thanks for being honest.
about it,
Okay.
but it was bad.
Okay.
It kind of changed my life. Between 2020, I had to shift from Hyderabad to Pune with my family.
Okay.
And so I had to leave my school in between and all my friends and kind of very sad the whole time. So it wasn't great.
So it was also like a reset to you. You have to start all over again in a new city, basically. Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bhai. What's your name? Are? My neighbor. I also live in Bandra. So you know those areas that you saw in the Monde Park, yeah. Where do you live in Bandra? Acha, BKC, acha, East, okay. Wow. Okay. Oh, nice, cool. Oh, worst. Okay. Yeah, Bombay में तो
We got stuck for our studies and music life. Like, we work for YouTube as a rapper.
Work for?
YouTube, like,
Okay, okay. You rap? You're a rapper? Cool.
so we got stuck and I lost my friends and I lost my mama.
Sorry.
And I was like diagnosed with leptospirosis. 30 days in ICU on ventilator.
Oh, shit.
So
Hey, excuse me? Excuse me? Can you just drop my mic a bit? So it's not good for you. Okay. That's a common, okay. That kind of, acha, 12th ho gaya. Who are you? Srina Barena, okay. Where are you from? Okay. Okay. To hang out. Yeah. Reunion. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What do you play? Okay. Rapping. 2 rappers. Shit. If you guys are like cool to hang out, we should jam. Because I mean, like you see, I use a lot of rap artists in my tracks. ठीक है तो करते बाद में. What were you? So for you, sorry, it was good because you got to bond with your family basically. Yeah. Asmita? Thane, okay. Okay.
And like I used to play piano, but because of all this schedule of my tight study schedule, I almost kept it aside.
Okay.
And then in a pandemic, because I used to get very stressed about it, but because everything went online, I used to get little time for myself. So I started playing again, and then I started looking out for production part of the music, part of musician.
Okay.
And then from here, I started experimenting on band lab.
Okay, okay, okay.
And that's how I thought I can make it. Pandemic, I could not happen. I would be somewhere like doing music.
Oh, wow. Cool.
And then because of that, I'm here and I figured out I can't do anything else apart from music. Happy for that.
Great. So, what are the DAWs that you all use? What do you use?
I use Bandwidth, but now that I came here, I'm trying to experiment with
Ableton. What do you? What do you? Nobody uses Cubase here. Cubase. Hey, welcome to you. What do you say? What's your name? Name and where you from? Yeah, cool. That got canned, obviously. Okay. Okay, cool. So it was all right for you, except for the Australia thing. There was no 12th pass or. Okay, cool. Okay. Hmm. Oh wow! Failed in 11th and passed in 12th. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. So you hip hop people must be enjoying DCA, right? Is it really good for you? Or? Oh, sorry, you're a rapper as well, right? Rapper, hip hop, some hip hop here also. Okay, cool. So we'll, if time permits, we should have a jam. So it was okay for you, yeah? What is it? Rapper, yo, what up? What up, nigga? Because you know that there's somebody called Rajkumari also. You know, right? Raja Kumari, okay. It all got wrong. Introvert. Going on. Oh, you wrote some. Okay, cool. Nice. So once again, basically, I think the pandemic made us all introspect because you have to. It's just you with yourself and you with your family, and like, what am I gonna do? Like, how long can you game for? How long can you? And then also there's a situation of like, what's gonna happen in the future? Okay. Okay. So now you've come out of it basically. Hopefully, if there's not another pandemic. Great. So you've had the time to think it out and figure out, keep boss, this is what I want to do. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to do what I want to do. I think that's important. In the pandemic, life kind of gave us a zone where like whatever you've said you had to do many years ago, go to the gym or go to this or whatever. Now is the time because we don't know how further we're going to go. Correct? Are you a rapper as well? Makes sense. Okay. 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 Cool there. Okay, you're the studio basically. Okay, so you kept yourself busy basically. Do you know a studio called Benchmark in Thane? Benchmark, no? Ah, so I've recorded over there basically. It's a nice studio, very nice studio actually. Cool. Where were you? Yash. Yash Patak? Patil. Alibag. Cool. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Head. So you basically got very preoccupied with that. Ki what is going to happen? Exam होने वाला, नहीं होने वाला. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. 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 So you were stressed, मतलब थोड़ा सा stressed था. Preoccupation. Mental preoccupation. You cannot plan because you don't know when things are going to open up. Correct. Ah, correct. Acha, acha. Cool. So that's how you landed up here? Oh, okay. Okay. No, it's good to view it in a lighter way rather because there's also a fear psychosis which got into a lot of people. I mean, not maybe y'all because we are still younger, but a lot of people just couldn't. I know people, my friends' wives, who till today don't go out, and she works for Pfizer. Maybe that's why she doesn't go out. So it's crazy. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Very good. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, really? I mean, they're almost discriminating in some aspect. Cool, but at least you're still active, right? Good. Keep it going. You know, guy who's been yawning तेरा तू बहुत yawn कर रहा है. कोई नहीं यार चलेगा. No problem. Music, it's all music. छुट्टी छुट्टी जैसे. हाँ. बोर हो गया था ना मैं. कितना छुट्टी? 2 साल के लिए छुट्टी. हाँ सुनो. अरे. तो शायद वो. हाँ. Great. कहाँ से हुआ? Where are you from? You do. Okay. Cool. How are you, buddy? Okay. A lot of Atharvas also today. Ah, so there are a couple of Atharvas. Yeah, go ahead. Very fine. So neutral. Beach में एकदम. No 50 here, no 50 years in the middle. What do you do with your time? अच्छा. 2 साल से 12th में. अच्छा. Okay. So that you cleared basically. So you got a little busy with doing your 12th and stuff. Okay. So two drummers, eh? You and you are drummers. Okay. तो भाई घर पे drum kit नहीं है? लोग बोलेंगे ये क्या पैंडमिक चल रही है ड्रम बजा रहा है क्या सीन है इसका मेरे मेरे वो सर एक दिन का काम था ना फॉर मी एक्चुअली इट वाज लाइक आई आल्सो ग्रू अप लाइक आई सेड व्हेन आई वाज यंग योर एज पीपल इन माय बिल्डिंग से अरे क्या कर रहे हैं व्हाट इज दिस गाय डूइंग फिर थोड़ा सा टीवी पे देख लिया तो अरे ही इज कम थोड़ा सा म्यूजिक तो सुनने मिलेगा सो दे वर कूल विद मी व्हाट वुड यू बडी करण दिस वाज करण Goa was like raves and all happening in Goa, bro. Whole Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, everybody's in Goa only. How was it for you? Okay. Oh, cooking. Wow, first person who spoke about cooking. Washing dishes, anybody? In the pandemic? Superb, superb. We're good, no? You guys are good, right? See, now, I mean, we are talking now. So, initially, we were supposed to wind up at 3 o'clock. Yeah, what's the time? It's already 4. Okay, cool. We'll do this. You guys are alright, na? You're all cool, right? Nobody's in a hurry. Cool. If you're not in a hurry, I'm cool. That guy's outside only. We can call him and tell him. What would you do? Sorry? See, Shay Jain, okay? Yes, yes, okay. 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 So, like film post production? Oh, cool. What were you? How was it for you? But I mean, post production, to no scope. only. अच्छा अच्छा ओके ओके एडिटिंग वगैरह कौन से सॉफ्टवेयर डाविंची क्या बात है यू बीन अ वेरी अटेंटिव स्टूडेंट गुड वेरी गुड व्हाट्स योर नेम सोयम चेन ओके ब्रदर्स कजिन्स Bhopal I love your city very nice okay correct nice the western classic Hindustani okay sorry to hear that sorry mixed feeling. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to be pushed in the dark to basically come out of it. Unless you're not pushed in the dark, then you'll be like, hey, correct, introspecting about yourself. Because in normal life, you would not even think about yourself, right? You would be just living your life. Now you come to a mode where you have to think about yourself, correct? Right? What's your name? Name and where you from? Neil Mankhade. Malkhare. Interesting. Okay. 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 Sorry, man. Sorry. No, no, that's fine. See, that's what I'm saying. Different topic. Lot of elderly people passed away in the pandemic because of going out, getting help. You know, like this fear psychosis got into the elderly people. Anyways, they are old. Anyways, they have ailments. अभी बाहर जाएगा तो COVID and go to a hospital. That's why the fear psychosis came into people, and a lot of elderly people died randomly. If it was regular life, they would not. They would probably still be alive. So, okay, cool. You? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's very good. Okay, so basically, all of you are here partly because of the pandemic. You're kind of that cemented your thinking, boss. I want to do this. Like, and you'll actually convinced your parents to, who were not convinced. You will convince them, and they also figured out, कि boss, अच्छा, these guys, let's let him go there. So that was a plus for. Oh, you were? West Bengal. Where are you from? Which part you said? Okay. KK comes a lot to Bengal. Like, I think we played in Alipur. Okay. We've done Asagaon and Haldia and a whole bunch of places. Okay, okay. So you're further. Okay. 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 Oh, nice. Vishwamohan Bhatt. Correct, huh? Hmm. Okay. Busy. Okay. So it was good for you, more good than bad. Ah. Okay. Where in India? Lord. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Why? Oh, no keyboard. Oh. So where did you practice keyboard normally? Acha, you used to go to his place and he would teach you. Okay. So it was more bad than good, basically. What do you mean? The rapper. Who's the rapper, Samir? Okay, cool. Hmm? Sorry. Oh, sure, you. Oh, okay. You're not meeting often and things like that.
We were together in 11.
Hmm.
We were having much friends like going here and there, but eventually there were fights broke out.
Oh, sure. Okay.
But it was good, and I had my family with me.
So you could spend time with them.
Every time we were trying new dishes.
Oh, nice. Cooking, once again. So 2 people cooking. Good. I like.
Sister is in Vijapur. She's learning because she was
Okay. So family reunion, basically. Okay. What about you, buddy? You also attentive student.
Good and bad.
Okay.
Bad because before the pandemic I was doing gigs, theatre, musicals.
Oh, nice.
That all stopped because of pandemic.
Okay. Oh, you didn't tell me your name.
Gautam Afna.
Oh, got it.
From Pune.
Okay.
So that all stopped and good because I explored
Oh, nice. Oh, very nice. Oh, lovely. You also Logic Boy or
Cubase.
Cubase? Huh? Okay. 2 people said Cubase, right? Okay. Even me, so basically Cubase is my preferred software. Okay. For me,
Cubase I used from past 4 years.
Cubase I've been using since '98, but when I started recording drums, I was using Logic. Okay, so I think it's 50-50 for everybody. I'm sorry to everybody who's lost dear people. I know what it feels like, even I lost a dear person. But I think it's kind of cool that it has made you all introspect, and I think that is partially one of the reasons why you guys are here, right? I mean, you all figured out, initially it was like, should I do this, should I do that, should I do this? But in that gap, you all figured out, it kind of made sense in your heads, like, okay, fine, I want to do this, I'm going to go for it. I want to learn Fruity Loops, I'm going to learn Fruity Loops. I want to use Ableton, I'm going to go for it. And right now, all these tools are very accessible. Everything's accessible on the internet, right? So, hopefully we are out of that messed up phase and life should resume and go back to normal and we all can get back to doing our own things. I'm going to take my second video from Exhibit. So I have this thing where I like to basically do an A side and a B side. You know, A side is what Sony said was accessible. B side was like. So I follow the same format. This is Good Vibes was obviously on the A side of Exhibit. The second song is the title track. I think we're going to be here till 8 in the night today. You guys are cool with that, no? I just got one yeah. Okay. This is my COVID video. Second video that I've shot and edited. Once again, most of it's recorded at home.
The Philippines has reported the first death of the new coronavirus outside of China. Officials in Manila say the 44-year-old man came from the province of Wuhan.
Also touched upon the questions surrounding the virus's origin, saying it's a possibility it came from a lab, but one that must be treated with caution.
Coronavirus. 80% self resolve, 20% will get ill.
Wait,
आपसे कुछ मांगने आया हूं। मुझे आपके आने वाले कुछ सप्ताह चाहिए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, कोरोना महामारी से बचने के लिए कोई निश्चित उपाय नहीं सुझा सकते। मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, अच्छा मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, कोरोना से संक्रमित लोगों की संख्या बहुत तेजी से बढ़ी।
So that was my take on COVID. It's still my second video, so I'm still. I mean, I like editing beats. So basically, video film editing is kind of very similar to that. I like fast cuts, and cutting on beat is kind of easy for me. This is my second video. I started experimenting on this in different ways. Like the first video, I had, once again with my dirty Oppo phone, I was creating shots because I was shooting myself. Here, I put my Oppo on my fan. So I had top shots of myself, which have just gone by. The keyboard solo was played by Abhijit Nalani, Vishal Shekhar's guy, Tyrone Fernandez, and Siddharth Achrekar, who was in San Francisco. He sent me his guitar parts. The last solo was played by him. This is the second track of Exhibit, B-side, which I think came out in... Good Vibes came out in November. I think this was December or Jan. Still 2020. Yeah, 2020. So I am moving forward. I'm like, fuck COVID. I'm going to get out of this. Back then, funny story, I would speak to my musician friends and they're like, any gigs out? Yeah man, I have an Instagram post to do. Those were the gigs. People are all trying to figure out their lighting and their angles and it was really sad for performers because none of us knew when things were going to open up. So I immersed myself into this. So I was very busy. Like to cut these videos, forget about it. It took me a while sussing through footage, getting footage. But I really got into the filmmaking aspect. I am a closeted photographer and a filmmaker. In fact, when I was probably your age, I did a course in Xavier's called Video and Film Production. I was probably your age thinking about should I do music or should I do films because both are very close to my heart. This medium has let me do that. I create my own films now. I don't wait for anybody to cut a video for me. I gather my own footage. I don't care if it's hi-fi, 4K, low-K, lo-fi, whatever. Once I finish my mix, this is another mix that I'm getting into. In today's day and age, it does not cut it just being a drummer or being a guitar player or being a keyboard player. You need to learn to... Basically, pandemic got that DIY approach to everybody. Like previously, when I would release music like the first DCF, I had people working for me. What would happen? You release an album, you get to play a show. You have released the album, there's no show. So I have to showcase my art somehow. I had people in the past to do things for me. But here, you gotta pretty much do everything yourself. You gotta... Nowadays, if you put out an audio track, it does not cut it as much as if you put out an audio track with a video. Am I right? People want to see like a video content, and now I don't know if you all guys have that. The attention span of the kids these days does not last more than a minute. At the most, it goes to 3 minutes. I come from a zone where I used to listen to a full 60-minute album at one time. Yeah. So you have to capture in some way, either with your music or with your visuals. I'm not saying I'm a wild filmmaker, but I've started doing it. I don't need anybody's help I cut my own videos. This is my second video. Any questions? Any questions about the process? All this is all home recorded. Like, remember I had a DAW in my house. I was recording my own drums. So I'm already sorted basically. This was mixed by a guy called Jovian Sons, who mixes for Kelasa. So once again, all of us are sitting at home and we have all the time. So we start basically concentrating on independent stuff basically. Do you see any similarity in both the tracks? Is it the same? Is it different? It is different, right? Yeah, it is. I mean, there's one common thread that there's a 4-on-flow kick. Everybody knows 4-on-flow kick? Yeah. So that's, to me, 4-on-flow is the most universal groove. It could be folk, it could be disco, it could be anything. You play 4-on-flow to anybody, they'll start dancing. Yeah. Not probably on this track, but otherwise. This was the next track.
What's happening to this planet with the environmental destruction, the pollution, the threat of global warming, and on top of all, and this and many other ways in which we are harming the environment with our chemical pesticides and fertilizers. And we can't really think about addressing any of the environmental problems unless we first address poverty. We have to address them at the same time, because I don't think we've got time to wait. And ignorance, absolutely. Ignorance, which means that people think one way without ever having been given the opportunity in the right way to open their minds, where people have lived without the sun of knowledge coming through to them. And that makes them bigoted and it makes them fundamentalists, because they haven't ever had an opportunity to think differently.
I think the big question that faces the world is how long the human race is going to increase in numbers.
Watch my mind, gotta watch my mind. Watch my mind to keep time. I'll be fine, just please don't whine. Just watch my mind and you'll be fine. I keep saying fuck the game. Who told you that you know me? Oh, I really don't care about what you think. Just watch your mind and you'll be fine. Sunday mornings keep looking fine. Yeah. Just don't let that sunrise in your eyes. And you say, my friend, how you doing up there? I'm sorry, nobody told you it would be this way. Keep trying to be fine, to be kind, just a lie. I watch your mind to keep time. It'll be fine, just please don't whine. I watch your mind to keep time. It'll be fine, just please don't whine. I watch your mind to keep time. It'll be fine, just please don't whine. I watch your mind to keep time. It'll be fine, just please don't whine. Watch my mind, watch my mind, fucking time. Dance on fire in your mind. But keep trying to be fine, to be kind, just a lie. Let's keep trying to be kind. Let's keep looking for the sun. You're supposed to
take an infinitely growing number of people.
That was the third track of the album. So I'm going further and further. Right now I'm still stuck on using stills, whereas you see in the other videos things are progressing. So this was the second track out of Exhibit A. Any questions, you guys? Should I play another track? Don't be shy, ask me anything. Time starts now. Come on. This is a guy called Azu. He's a young guy, he's probably in his 20s. Like you have noticed, like in Good Vibes and this track, I was poised with a very difficult situation because I didn't have the vocalists. In Good Vibes, you see the guy who's rapping. I have basically used past gigs live footages because Illustrate had some issue with his eye and he refused. He said, "Nah, I'm not going to shoot myself in this condition." So I had to find footage that he was there to grab it. Luckily, we had 2 live concerts which I could use his footage. Azu was busy because there was lockdown happening and I think he was not hip to shoot himself and send it to me. So I was poised being like, shit, how am I going to cut a video where I don't have the vocalist? But that didn't stop me. It's cool. If you're going to do it, just do it, man. Like, don't let anything stop you. Don't let anything stop you. Just go and do it. Because if you don't do it then, and you say you do it like at another time, there will be a different feeling. The music might be outdated or you might not vibe with it so much. You know what I'm saying? You might come to a point where like, I don't want to do it. I'm not feeling it. Okay, so I'll play you one more, the 4th track. I won't play the whole track because that I've just used stock footage. But that's like a different kind of track as well. Are you guys doing okay? I can't hear anybody.
Take me with you as you dance across the
Oh, it's basically, I'll show you what happened to the track. And I think even you'll see in the video that from Good Vibes, Exhibit, Watch My Mind, Move, and now Luna, even my editing skills are getting better.
calling out to you so far away. We spin in circles, moving slowly past each other. I hear the sounds of night, I hear them say. They whisper tales about your honor and the warmth of your embrace. Rejuvenating, unhesitating. You control the flow, you calm the tide. Intoxicating, illuminating. Guardian angel in the dark of night. Scar giant, are you listening? Wonder what it feels like up there. I can't do much, I only stare. Can you see us hanging there? Are we still from up there, are the colors fading still? You shine so bright, I don't need light. You give me strength to always fight, like a bright beam all through the night. Turn the darkness into light. Moving closer to the lunar way, numb yet calm, I'm floating into space. Forever changing, different yet the same trajectory and focus in its place. Take me with you as you dance across the plains. You shine so bright, I don't need light. You give me strength to always fight, like a bright beam all through the night. Turn the darkness into light. Moving closer to the lunar way, numb yet calm, I'm floating into space. The wolves howl at the moon tonight, communicating, anticipating that everything goes right. Mars spawning on the reefs tonight, coordinating synchronized sex, dictated by the moonlight. So the next night when the moon is bright, grab your partner and release your wish into the universe. Shine so bright, I don't need light. You give me strength to always fight, like a bright beam all through the night. Turn the darkness into light. Moving closer to, I'm moving closer to the lunar way. I'm floating into space. I'm floating into space. Forever changing, we're changing, we're changing, we're different yet the same. Focus in its place. Take me with you as you dance across the plains.
So that's my life so far. Yeah? I've opened my hearts out to you guys in different fields. Come on. It's your turn to ask me stuff if you want to. Anything. Process, Bollywood, performance. Huh, bolo? Why Dark Circle Factory? I believe I have dark circles. So that's why it's Dark Circle Factory. Some people say I don't have, but I think I do. And like he said, a lot of the work, actually, when I was younger, a lot of the work would be at night. But now, since I'm a morning person, so from night it's become early morning work. So, yeah. Anything else? Yeah. हाँ वो जो गुड वाइब्स में गाना था पहले जो फर्स्ट सॉन्ग था, he is actually from Pune. His name is Herschel Galway, but he also has spent some time in Philadelphia. इसलिए he's got an accent. But Indian rapper, So you're asking if I have worked with some Indian rapper? I did the MTV Unplugged with Badsha, which is on Voot, I think. Then who else? I don't know if you heard of a rapper who just passed away recently, Toadford. So he was supposed to be on one of my tracks, but Milani. So many people died. Who's it? I think some Sachin Jigar track. Sachin Jigar ने काम किया था उसमें. Yeah, even I'm not sure. See, for me, that's work. So I do sessions and, I mean, I don't remember so much. Ladki is MTV Unplugged or Coke Studio, yeah. It's Coke Studio, yeah. Sorry? Movie? I don't watch too many Hindi movies, basically. So for me, Bollywood, I get to know the songs when they come to me. So then I'm like, I have to work it out and then I say, yeah, this is this film. I don't normally watch too many Hindi movies. Anything else? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. There was no problem. I just evolved and I got tired of what I was doing. So like I said, having a vocabulary is very important. I cannot be in just one genre saying I am only a rock musician, I am only a hip hop musician, I am only do drum and bass. For you to grow, even as you all as producers or mix engineers, tomorrow if I come to you and say, I give you one of these tracks to mix, and if you have no knowledge about what the genre is, how will you mix? So it's important to basically learn different styles of music. So your vocabulary just increases. I think that's a very good thing to have. Like I can speak about folk music, I can speak about Hindustani classical, I can speak about rock, jazz, funk, hip hop, anything. So, and for me, it's not, I don't think about it. It's just a process of evolution. Like I did rock for a while, like I learned a lot about rock, then I played jazz fusion, I played funk, hip hop, and now this is me as an artist. So there is no brief. I have to please myself only. So when I'm writing music, if it sounds good, I go ahead with it. Basically, like Good Vibes, like I said, I mean, it won an award. And I was like, wow, what's happening basically? So there's no problem. There doesn't necessarily have to be a problem why you shift genres. It's just about having a wider vocabulary. Anybody else? Yep. There's a guy called Vinny Colaiuta, who I would call him, he's like a chameleon. He started his career with a guy called Frank Zappa in the 70s. He's played with Sting. He's played with this Italian singer called some Bertolucci. He's a blind singer. And then he's played with Megadeth. He's played with Faith Hill, a country and western singer. So his vocabulary, he's a guy, he's like, okay, he's a sight reader. He's a guy like, suppose you want Vinny to come to you, play a song for you. You just send him your sheet. He'll come to the session. He won't even listen to the song. He'll just read whatever you give him and he'll slam it. So he's got the ability to do that. And once again, his vocab is so vast that he can fit in any zone, which is important. Like tomorrow, if somebody calls me for any kind of session, and if I can't cut it, I won't get that session. So, and to me, it's music. Like sometimes you would learn the most from a genre that you hate, because you're skeptical to listen to it, but then when you listen to it and figure it out, I'm sure you'll learn something from there, and the next time you would probably have a little more appreciation to it. You won't say like, yeah, it's not really my cup of tea, but yeah, I understand it. You would learn something from things that you don't like. I mean, there's also a saying that the grass is greener on the other side always. So, yeah. Of course. Have you seen the new Batman? Yeah, exactly. I mean, correct. Yeah. Yeah, so there's like, when I was probably your age, I had a dream to go to Berkeley, but it was too expensive. And I already started being a working musician. I was playing with Lucky Ali. I was already doing gigs. And I had friends who actually went to Berkeley. And they came and told me like, man, yeah, you can go to Berkeley, but they probably teach you something. You're already doing stuff right now. I wanted to go to Berkeley for composition and film scoring because I love background scores. So I didn't want to do performance because I was already performing. And then I just kept performing and advertising happened and I became a working musician. So I was like, I'm not going to spend 20-30 lakhs in Berkeley. Funny story is that with Mohit Chauhan, I actually got to perform in the Berkeley auditorium. So that's like full circle for me. So yeah, amazing. Right? Sure. Mm-hmm. Who just passed away. Dave is a little more raw. The first time, raw. Like you said, he's self-taught and he's just like loud and like brash and he's not really technique and stuff like that. He's just, and Nirvana was a crazy, I went through the whole Seattle thing. I loved Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, and Nirvana, of course. Taylor Hawkins, the first time I saw him playing was with this singer called Alanis Morissette. Yeah. So that's the first time I saw him playing. And he had that rock vibe, but he was still not as heavy as Nirvana. So I think Taylor's also a little more session kind of guy. When you play sessions, you have to learn all styles of music. Like I said, tomorrow I'll call you and say, hey man, play a hip hop track. If you're like a metal drummer and you're not aware of that, you might have a problem. Well, when I was doing Vichama, the first band, when I was 17 or something, we covered YYZ. What is this song, dude? It took me, I think, a week to figure it out because there were no tablatures, there were no videos I could watch. Like I said, I had a big music system, headphones on, rewind. There's that beginning, that pa, the ga ga ga, the ga ga ga, the ta. You know the time signature of that? Even I didn't. But it's a 7. It's a 7. Like, so back then I was just, I am also for me, music is more a ear thing. Like, I believe that God has gifted me with some talent and it's mainly a ear thing for me. My ear is trained to listen to something, I can grasp it quickly with a few lessons. Like if you give me a notations sheet, I'll take a while to figure it out, but then I know what it sounds like. So I'm going to play it out of ear. I'm not going to read. Like Vinny, he'll play, he's like a teleprompt, like, the news readers, like you're sitting in Good Morning India today, so and so. If you put some shit on it, he'll play that also. So basically, you got to watch what you do, basically. These guys are pure sight readers. So I'm not a sight reader. I prefer to get the music. Like say if I'm going for a session, they'll send me whatever scratch they have and they'll give me a brief, say like it's this vibe, that vibe. I'll make my notes and go there and slam it. And I said, it's important to know genres, like is it rock, pop, funk, jazz, whatever. So you can classify and you can get, things that work in that genre basically. So, yeah. Anything else? Anybody? Yeah? I did in the pandemic. I told you, I should get a job in the chemist. Just kidding. No, but I did. But the situation is that music is me and I am music. I'll keep fighting till as long as Jabi, there's no money coming in, then I'll have to figure out what to do. I'll become a yoga teacher or whatever. So yeah, I know. There have been times where I've been like, Acha, kya karu yaar, this music is not cutting it, but something has, like see now, the pandemic, I've come here to talk to you guys. First time I'm doing that. I won an award for Good Vibes. Finally, DCF has been around since 2013. I win my first award. People know about Dark Circle Factory. People are lot of my peers from Bombay are finally recognizing the art. They're like, man, because most people know me as a drummer. Now with Dark Circle Factory, people know me as a producer as well. And now in my career, I've been performing, I travel a lot. So I want to take a break from that and basically concentrate. And in the pandemic also, I got to do a background for a Malayalam film called Arkariyam. And I love doing background. So that's the kind of work I'm looking to get. See, like I'm constantly evolving. I've been performing, I've been writing DCR. Now I want to sit, मुझे घर पे बैठना है 3 महीने के लिए, and I want to just do background scores. You know, I'll still perform, but that's where I am. That's the process of evolution. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again, right? Otherwise, life is boring. So, yeah. Anybody else? Anybody else? It is important because there are some gigs where, like, I've had to turn down gigs where, say, there's a foreign artist coming down to Bombay and they wanted people who could only read. So I didn't want to put myself in that pressure situation because I'll take the notes, I'll read it, but to read 20 songs and just play with a new band I don't want to put myself in that position. It's too much of pressure basically. So I would give it to somebody who is an affluent sight reader, like maybe Adrian D'Souza or Gino Banks or something like that. Having said that, there are a lot of drummers who don't read a word. Like have you heard of Dennis Chambers? He does not read at all. So you can prep in a way where suppose you're a producer, like Lindsay, I want you to play on this track. Like you really want me to play on the track? How desperately do you want me to play on it? Do you want anybody or do you want me? If you want me, send me your stuff and we'll work on it. So there's always a way. It's not like when you're in a pressure situation where somebody is like, Abhi aana hai, you have to read. Nahi aana hai. So like I'm also, like what am I doing? I'm a creative person. I'm going to come there and immerse myself in creativity. I don't want to be pressurized and like, if it's not happening for me, I'd rather say it's not happening. So, yeah. But yeah, you can lose out on gigs like that. So I write also when I do like gigs, when I'm called for gigs and I have to learn like 25, 30 songs with no rehearsals. So I sit down, I make what is called my grocery list, which looks like a grocery list. It's not tablature. Like I'll start by the intro guitar, 4 bars. I'll put the BPM up there. I'll put the style of music, rock, pop, whatever it is. So I know what the vibe is. I'll make a small note about how the groove is, whether there's a half note, whether there's a quarter note. And then I'll make a note that I can read myself. So that's my roadmap. Tablature, not tablature. Yeah, not tablature. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Because there's some roadmap, na? Because you know, because say tomorrow as an artist, some guy say play like some Teri Jawani. If you look at my note, Teri Jawani. So, you know, you have to have some, like 25, 30 songs to remember names and all is not really, with no rehearsals especially, it's a little difficult. So you gotta basically prep in a way. And most people who call me for gigs, they want me. So, you know, they're calling me because they want me. So, you know, come on, yeah. Tell me. That guy is a friend of mine. He used to work at a studio where I used to do jingles when I started doing jingles. And his boss is my mentor. His boss was, Ranjit Barrett. So he's the guy who's very, like I said, Ranjit Barrett and Carl Peters. The first time I saw them playing, I was like, wow, this shit happening in India? Hell yeah. Yeah. I look at the song as a song, not as me playing drums. Clinton and his wife actually always compliment me on that because when I play songs like, say which was the song, that one Groove Supper song I was playing, and I told you I chose to not use sticks and use those other kind of rods because I felt it was a softer song, it didn't need sticks. There are some songs where I'm only playing mallets, like because I think the song requires that. Now, yes, I'm a drummer. I'm not only going to play with sticks. So I'm playing for the song. I'm not playing like saying, "Yo, check me out. I'm going to slam the song." Like if it's a ballad, I'll just play one groove. You know, like I'll play for the song, not for me as a drummer and yo, check me out, check out my beats. You're playing for the song, which is very important. Like, say if you give me a hip hop song and I start playing drum and bass in the middle, तो बोलेगा ये क्या कर रहा है यार? You have to play for the song. No? Like, I am not only a drummer, I am a musician as well. So it's important to play in context. Like there are people who have lots of chops. They can solo for days. I don't want that. Like I don't want soloing. Have you heard any solos in my songs? So funny story. When I put out Positive, a lot of people expected drum solos in this album. They were very disappointed because I think they got like 8 bars of a drum solo in Good Vibes. It's not about, it's me as a producer and writing, that's my expression. Like, I'm singing in a song, I'm writing lyrics in songs, I'm programming bass, playing keys. It's a different process, like, so it's cool to have chops. It's very good to have chops, but in the right context. Yeah, you have to play for the song. Like, I mean, you can't just come there and do whatever you want. Like, you're not going to get that call back, basically. I mean, what was Madari and what were all these cokes? They were sessions. And people valued, the performances because we all did what we were supposed to do and not because we were told to do it. Clinton as a producer was like, man, do your thing. I told you, the Coke Studio brief was, we want something different. So that's a very big brief. Like, so, yeah. Any more? Lucky Ali I met. So basically, Assamese boys, Kalyan Barua, basically, he came to Bombay many years ago. He came from Assam to Kolkata, then from Kolkata to Delhi, and from Delhi to Bombay, seeking work, and I used to play in a blues band with him and another guitar player called Floyd Fernandez, who was a nutcase. And that was a blues band. So both these guys, for a 1 hour set, we played 4 songs because the guitar players are shredding through the entire song. Can you imagine, like, 4 or 5 songs for a 1 hour set? Can you imagine how many solos were happening? So that's when I met Kalyan, and Kalyan was getting into the film industry because he's a great session guitar player as well. And like I said, Channel V happened, and he called me one day and said, you know what, there's this artist called Lucky Ali. He's having auditions for a band. And the 2 bands that showed up was Kalyan, myself, a bass player, and Rinku, and the Kailasa band, which was Naresh, Paresh, Kurt, and some other guys. And then as the story goes, basically, Mikey, who was still Lucky's producer, he liked us, and Paresh and all went on to play with Shan and Sagrika. This was like 95, 96. So with Lucky we started playing, and I love Lucky's music, like, because his music is not, it's not film music. Like, it's really nice, soulful music. Lucky might not be the best performer, but he's got a lot of soul in his music. And his music worked because he had a producer who was not from Bombay, who had no influence of Bollywood or Hindi music. So it was actually a really good style for his music to cross over and go to the West. Music? So music, fortunately or unfortunately, the only lessons that I got was from this drummer who showed me like some paradiddles, basically, which is really basic. I didn't really have a mentor. I would go to live concerts. Like I said, I was hungry to go and watch people playing. So I would go to live concerts and just stand and just look at the drummer, basically, see what he's doing, learn his technique. Like I said, there was no YouTube then. So the only live concerts we could watch was this place in Delhi called Palika Bazaar, which used to have these VHS cassettes called Pyramid or some shit, right? And there would be instructional videos where we would get to watch. But otherwise, it was all by ear, listening to music. Listen to music, you guys. Just listen to as much as music as you can. Open your ears to even shit that you don't like. And God has given me real talent also. So it's about pushing it forward, in school, actually, funny story, I could not be a part of the school band because it was only for boarders, people who lived in school. So I would go to my class and like see all these wild drum kits and I couldn't play it. But then I left school and with that same rock band I was playing Witchhammer. We used to have these fun fairs and stuff like that. I went back to my school and played Metallica and Iron Maiden and all. So that was like Berkeley, how I went to Berkeley and performed. I came back to school and once again teachers were like, some of the teachers were like, wow, you have earrings and wow, you're playing so well. And some of the teachers, this guy is fucking doing drugs and he's like worshipping the devil and like, so it was amazing. So no, to answer your question, I have not had any formal training. It's all God's gift and hard work, basically. And I used to practice like the whole day when I was a kid. So, yeah. Anybody else? No? You good? Cool. Thank you so much, guys. All the best. I wish all of y'all all the best. Just like I said, just go for it. Do whatever you have or do whatever you want to do because you just have one life. And hopefully the pandemic doesn't hit again. And again you'll figure out, oh shit, what am I going to do? Sound engineering? Oh, fuck. It's not going to happen basically. So it's a now or never kind of vibe. And you guys are all young. I think the average age group is what, 20, 25? 18. Arey, boss, go for it. Go, otherwise your mom will tell you get married now. So yeah, just go for it, man. And there's no way out besides practicing. And I'm not saying go mad, like, become a nerd and like, not bathe for 1 month and sit at home only like beard and long nails. And I mean, also keep yourself healthy. Like ever since I was in school, I always was into sports and stuff like that. I practiced yoga for many years. I swim, I work out because drumming is like a sport to me. It's very important. Like a lot of my friends who work in studios have a vitamin D deficiency because they don't get enough sunlight. Yeah, so simple thing. You either take a vitamin D deficiency pill or just go for a walk in the morning. It's fine. It's nice for, to get some sunlight and things like that. And just pursue your stuff, man. I mean, right now you guys are gifted with YouTube and Spotify. Y'all are spoon-fed. Like, y'all are literally spoon-fed. Like, y'all don't need to even look for music. Just put Spotify on or YouTube on. It'll keep making a playlist for you, and I still find a lot of music basically on Spotify, artists that I don't even know of. So yeah, just go for it. Experiment. Get a microphone in your house. Record your mother. Record your father. I've used Modi. I've used anybody, dogs, cats, anything, cars. I mean, whatever gets your thing moving, like take a small drum kit at home. Somebody said kalimba or something. Was that? Yeah, have you started recording kalimba? I think that would be pretty easy. Yeah, just take a 58 and play it. I mean, especially from a drummer's point of view, like when we actually started back in the day with Lucky Ali, with Kaho Na Pyar Hai and all, we actually went to a studio which was called Sahara to record. Those guys set up my mics, and I think the engineer was not very hip with getting a sound. We were like, nahi yaar, maza nahi aa raha yaar. So we went with programmed beats, and I landed up singing backing vocals on that track. So then recording drums was a big process. It was like you go there, set up your drum kit, set up mics, whole day is gone only in setup. Come again the next day and then record and then say like, nahi, maza nahi aa raha. That's bizarre. You gotta work with it. And right now the pandemic, since I've recorded, all these tracks have been recorded in my house. I mean, I was fortunate to have a good sound card. That's important. And I just went for it. I'm not looking for this mega big sound. As long as it's working in my track, that's what it is. Don't be ashamed. Sing, write, rap. Go for it, man. Just go for it. My thing is just go for it. Anything? Any more? Oh yeah, but how do I... All of you all had CD players? Or? So whoever has CD players can take these CDs and you can listen to it as a part of your... And yeah, you can follow me on Instagram. It's Dimel. Is everybody on Instagram? So I'll hope to get another 50 followers. No, I mean, please visit my page. It's DeMello Lindsay at Instagram. And tell me, share your views about which was your favorite track. And ये तो मेरे लिए पुरानी बात है. This album has come out in 2013. So, but still, I'd like to know feedback. And the indie scene is still very young in our country. And if you like independent music, support it. Even I was a guy who, like another funny story, when I was putting out my videos, my friends were like, man, you're not even saying please subscribe and all. People who want CDs, who have CD players can take it. Otherwise, all the music's on YouTube, it's on Spotify, it's on Apple, Savan, whatever. The only things that are not up on social media is Groove Supper and Bliss Logic. But they'll be out soon. So go to Dark Circle Factory or Spotify, Apple, whatever, it's all there.